All right. Just in time. Uh, so as you can probably all see, we now have everyone's beautiful faces on screen, all of our characters here. Um, and let's go ahead and start getting into the recap, I'd say. So, where last we left off a while ago now, um, we where last we left off, well, shit, there's a lot that happened. Um, there was the Malformer who had burst forth from its cocoon and enraptured the city in a hail of blood and meat that spread throughout the streets like vines. Um, it consumed pretty much everything in its wake. People were dragged into the mass, alive, kicking and screaming, um, and were not met with a sweet release of death, but instead were mangled beyond human recognition. Uh, as you all made your way into the city, you saw Law was fighting off the vast majority of the creature, um, destroying large sections of it with this fire that would rain down upon it, just long enough to keep the creature from regenerating quicker. Um, you all ran into Veneros, Morgaros's father, and he opened the way for you to arrive within the megastructure that is uh, the Malformer. You pressed in and fought your way through bugs made of bone and fat and oozes made of blood and harpies made out of meat and viscera, fighting through even the replacer, which took the forms of people you had cared about and known to try and twist you against each other, nearly instantaneously killing Iva with a missed arrow. Um, and past all of that, you finally came face to face with the Malformer. The Malformer in its entirety. This oddly angelic looking creature with what appeared to be the armored carapace of a roach, kind of placed across different sections of its body with this porcelain perfect face. It fought all of you tooth and nail, and now we find ourselves with Debo unconscious and bleeding out, and Morgaros also unconscious and bleeding out, with Kreggers covering them, two of them, as our dear Iva had shifted from her normal fairy form into a full-sized copy of Kreger. And we can, and if you look at the screen, you can see Kreger down there, in place of Iva. Um, and with all of that in mind, we arrive back at the crumbling building. The pieces have already fallen down. There's dust in the air, and there is the harsh stench of rotten meat as the pieces of viscera no longer connected to their beating heart begin to rot throughout the streets. Um, and Morgaros, as we had rolled this previously to decide on something, you all see Morgaros's wounds don't completely staunch. They don't stop full right, but you do see that Morgaros's situation stabilizes. You see the blood runs out, but does dry up as Morgaros has succeeded 3 death saves. And DeBow, would you like to roll me a death save? As have you did I already make you roll one? You have a success or a failure? Okay, good. So you've already rolled yours. Never mind. It is in this moment. There is a brief 6-second window as Kreger and Kreger, you're both looking over the conditions. You can see Morgaros is stabilized. Is anyone doing anything about DeBow's condition, or is DeBow going to be left to fend for himself? He is dying. He has been knocked unconscious. Yeah, so both DeBow and Morgaros were reduced to 0 HP. Morgaros survived his death saves, but DeBow has not rolled his death saves yet, and has one failed so far because he did roll one because there was a one turn where he was still down before the building came down. You guys have already used, I believe, the only healing potion you had on you guys. Uh, all right. And well, Morgaros is still unconscious because he stabilized but didn't get healed. Bo, you, like a shot of adrenaline, your eyes flare open, and you can see the daylight sky above you, and it feels. If you've ever taken a nap outside, I know it's not something that many people have done, but you wake up and you can feel the sun, well, not the sun, the mage globe enrapture you, and it's warm and it's cozy, but then you feel all of the wounds and it's very sore all over.
I'll just kind of raise my brow for a moment before looking around and seeing that there's another Kreger.
There are indeed 2 of them.
Huh?
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 Iva will reach up and put her hand on his face and lay him back down. Go back to sleep.
Can I knock him unconscious?
No, no, you can't. No, you may not.
Yeah,
but-
in the delirium, DeBow's just gonna lie back down and try to go to bed.
Fair enough. You lay back down, you close your eyes. I'll say for you, Morgaros, you will awaken in 5 hours.
5 hours. Okay.
I mean, as an elf, you trance This is the first time you've been asleep in a very long time.
Right here.
But regardless of that, um you can all hear kind of footsteps approach and the sounds of wood being lifted off of wood and pushed to the side. There is still this very like dense smoke screen. So I will say, if you like, you have a moment or two before anyone can arrive to the scene. You see people are trying to wrestle it open to get to you all to help you out.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the time to
Her-
switch if you'd like.
Yeah, her bones will start to crack and her skin will shift as wings erupt from her back, and she'll turn back into her small fairy form.
Very nice. And Gregor, you witness all of this.
That is still mildly unsettling.
But you hear the sound of feet onto stone as you see a number of these military men kind of rush in. These were the people that were dealing with the Alamites outside of the city, and you see they begin to lift up Morgaros and mistakenly assuming that Debo is unconscious, begin to try and grab him as well. Debo, does that wake you up at all, or you just snoozing?
I would say that I probably haven't fallen back asleep yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I just start feeling hands start grabbing me and good morning.
Oh shit!
Put me down.
They gently put you down. Say, sorry, sir. We thought you were injured.
Yeah. Let's not talk about it.
All right then. And you see they begin to usher Morgaros out of the building to get him some first aid. What are you guys doing as you see Morgaros kind of taken out front?
What do you want me to do? I ain't got no fucking healing.
Uh,
The fuck you think this is?
So are you just standing there in the building?
I'll take Morgaros from their arms and I will carry them.
Absolutely. As you bring them outside, there are a host of clerics who are basically running double time through the city. You can see they're pulling people from wreckages and dousing them with healing word and cure wounds, doing everything they can to help out everyone they can. You see in their haste, one of them passes by and throws a cure wounds at Morgaros for not a cure wound, sorry, a healing word at Morgaros for 11 points of healing. Morgaros, your eyes begin to open, and you see you're in the arms of Kreger.
Morgaro's dream.
This is the dream, right here.
Am I dead?
Am I dead right now?
No, you are very much alive.
Well, thank you, Kreger. What
Are,
happened?
are you capable of walking?
No.
Inspiration, Morg.
Thank you.
we won.
Oh, well, that's good.
I would hope so.
Are you all okay?
Debo was on the verge of going down. Everyone was. It's been rough, but yes, everyone is fine. Everyone is absolutely fine for the time being. Seems that we've
Okay, good.
accomplished our goal, and the town is safe. So now they're running in and checking up on us.
All right, that's good. I'm so tired. Do you,
Um,
Gregor, do you know if there's anywhere I can get some rest? Do you know if, I don't know. I'm going to sleep right here.
You do all notice someone begin to approach. DeBow, could you go ahead and give me a hittery check as you see this person approaching. No one else would know who this is.
Sure thing. I presume this doesn't have an advantage on it.
It's just regular, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, DeBo's kind of like clutching onto the side of his head, kind of shuffling his hat up with the brim of his not with the brim of his hand, with the knuckles of his hand, just kind of holding onto his head and kind of looking dazed around the area, eventually catching sight of this figure. That is a nat 4 for an 8.
You look at them, and for just a moment they seem familiar until you go, and I will say, for most people, you probably would have remembered who this was. You have a feeling that you should, and it's almost kind of a faux pas that you don't. And you get the sense that it's probably from some bad decisions you made throughout your life that you don't remember some things that you should. But
with that, I'll look towards their hand. Do I see any rings?
there are no rings on their fingers, no.
Oh, okay.
But you see, it is a woman, a gnomish woman, a deep gnomish woman approaching. She's got this pack at her side, and she is wearing these kind of more functional clothes. There's a bit of a blue skirt, this orange top with a little vest over the top of it, and a pack at her side. It seems like she's mostly just
Yeah,
kinda-
I'll turn over to Kreger. I must have hit my head something awful. I feel weird.
I think we are all overdue for some rest.
But she approaches and she says, hey y'all over there.
She kind of sounds like you.
Hmm?
Who?
Hmm? I turn around, just kind of my body lagging behind my eyes.
You see she like takes a few more steps up. It's like she's approaching all of you to say something, and as DeBow turns around to face her, you see the woman immediately takes a step back and goes, "What? Oh, what the Brandel?
Yeah?
What the hell are you doing out
Not
here?
be sure.
You don't recognize me? What?
Should I recognize you?
I mean,
Your name is fucking Randall?
Sorry, I'm dying over here. She goes, no, I said Brandel. Anyway, you don't recognize me. We used to, I mean, not exactly neighbors because we live pretty far, but like the closest thing that you get to neighbors out in the swamp.
Is this an old
Yeah,
flame of yours, Briandel?
I certainly hope not.
No, we were never nothing like that. I had a thing for one of his brothers, but you know.
Well, we can put a pin on that.
Anyway, I'm Frankie. Frankie, the Waters girl. And as she says that, the last name Waters brings back a memory. And yeah, you would recognize this as kind of your distant neighbor, quote unquote. You know that your family used to trade a lot of stuff with theirs to get by, usually during the winters.
Oh, now I know you. How's that porch holding up? Pappy fix it good?
Oh yeah, I mean it's been all right. At least from what they told me, it went all right. At least till we had a an incident with a really fat raccoon broke one of the boards and had to fix that up again. It's a mess. You know how it is living in the swamps. If something ain't broken, it's another, right?
Well, and if it ain't broke, it's rotten.
That's true. But yeah, I moved out here a while back. My family was able to pay for one of the fancy educations out here for me. I'm she says as she kind of shakes her head a bit surprised to have run into someone. She says, "I'm the head of real estate out here now, under the mayoral cabinet."
Real
Well,
estate.
no, ain't that fancy.
Yeah, I
How long you been out here?
uh, she thinks on it and she goes, "About I want to say 6 years now, give or take." But yeah, I mean, I visited out. Kind of what I would do is it was a summer program, so I'd come out here in the summer to learn, go back during the harsher months, and kind of flip flop for a while until eventually I moved out here a few years back to start work with the mayor. But you all can notice at this point off to the side, Law is kind of like propped up against one of the various kind of pieces of rubble, and you watch a few of the guards begin to lift over his arms and pull him up and onto his feet to kind of shuffle away. Um, and Frankie says, "It looks like the mayor's going to be out of commission for a little bit. Um, he's a strong man, but you know, too much work can put anyone on their back for a minute. Um, he enlisted me to uh, thank you all for what you've done here. Um, the city is interested in setting you up with a reward for your efforts, if that would interest you all."
Or you said a
Mm,
reward for the efforts?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of reward?
Well, it won't
I
be.
think
Hmm?
I think it would be well deserved, especially with all the effort we went through to save this town.
Exactly, exactly. It won't be ready until tomorrow. But if you want, I can set you all up with a nice place to stay for the night till it's ready.
I
Ooh,
That
think we would
and
That
be
would be
food?
nice.
Uh,
very appreciative of anywhere to rest. That is most certainly true.
and absolutely with the food, we can we'll figure out something. The storage got a little uh banged up in the attack. But we'll see if we can't get some clerics around, get some food for everyone. Um, though do keep in mind storages are going to be a little low for the time being. The farms didn't exactly make it out of this unscathed. There's a one that burned during this whole event. Someone must have set fire to it while everything was going on.
Who would do such a thing?
I'm not sure, but it can't be good news, whatever it is. Either way, the main portion of it's dealt with now, and that fire's been put out. So I think a lot of you need to get some rest. You look like hell.
I think you're quite right.
Well, Miss Waters, can you guide us to our place of rest?
Absolutely. And she'll begin to kind of lead you on, um, as long as everyone will follow. Um, and as she's walking, she says, "Now, I know it's probably not the ideal, but it is the nicest place we have in town set up right now." And he leads you over through a couple of districts. It's a few minutes of walking. But eventually she gets over to the residential district, and it's this small home, maybe a 3-person home, probably three bedrooms, 2 baths, maybe. And she walks up to the porch and she says, "This will be the place you'll stay for the night. It's just a little house we haven't sold yet. It's got some basic furnishings in it and stuff, but yeah, it should hopefully hold you over for the day."
Well, much
It's
obliged.
like a big
Water.
sleepover. Iva
have a
will
sharing room?
immediately flutter in.
Yeah, you fly straight in. I assume you just go straight through the keyhole.
How big is the goddamn key to this house?
Well, fairies can fit through anything that's 1 inch or larger.
That's
Oh,
fucking
Oh.
crazy.
That's-
That's
That's crazy.
crazy.
That's still a ginormous key. What the fuck?
Is a keyhole not an inch?
Not the
The-
round
I mean,
part.
Yeah.
Not, yeah, not the round part. Yeah, she's not wrong.
No, I guess you're right. You wait for the door to
It's
open.
like
But you make your way inside, and you make your way into the home proper, and you can see it is kind of this wood paneled, very simple interior, more function over form, and you can see there's a small leather bound couch laid out in this open living area with a little fireplace at the side of it. And as you all make your way inside, Frankie says, "All right, now y'all take a good rest. I'll make sure that someone comes by with some food for y'all. I'm gonna see to it that everything's set up for your reward tomorrow."
Oh, thank
Okay.
you.
Bye bye.
Bye. And she kind of closes the door and makes her way off quickly. You can hear it seems like she was being polite and like walking at a normal pace for y'all. You hear she starts fucking running as soon as like the door is properly closed.
Okay, busy woman.
I mean, if you think about it, she's dealing with the fact that all of the real estate kind of got needed or exploded over the last day.
You
What
are
is
no
a
longer
raid?
Say again?
What is a Twitch raid?
Oh, did we get raided?
Someone is raiding.
Oh,
with a
yo,
party.
Baldy, thank you. Welcome in, everyone. We're playing D&D. Sorry, I haven't been checking chat. I usually don't check chat during sessions to be conscientious of my players here. But welcome in, everyone. Thank you, Casual. Thank you, Baldy, for the raid, brother. But if everyone will take a quick moment to look over in Discord, I sent the image of Frankie as well.
Okay.
Ooh,
Images.
very cute.
Images. Oh, she is cute. Cutie patoo.
Very much so.
All right. Well, I
So
think
she's a gnome as well.
Yes, so he is a deep gnome as well. They're kind of marred by their purple skin. They're typically white hair, but not always. Yeah. She is seemingly from the pretty much same neck of the woods that DeBow is from. Yeah. As you all begin to settle in,
Felix.
I can't type it. I was trying to type something. It won't let me type it, but there you go. I have to be as respectful as possible.
Kreger immediately falls in love with this gnomish girl who is like 3 foot nothing.
He drops
like
Morg on the
has,
ground.
Specifically on his head.
makes a coconut noise.
Clunk.
Morg's filled with a unknowing rage for this one. Why don't I take this? No. I never met her before in my life.
But
So,
as
how many beds are in this place? Sorry, I'll let you.
oh, you're fine.
Right?
It would be 3 beds. Yes, there are 3 beds in this home. And I will say, I don't believe, unless I'm mistaken, I don't believe anyone has dangerous beans.
We left the beans behind.
I believe he went with Veneros.
I was unconscious.
I wasn't here for like the
No, no,
majority.
no. Beans was you left him off when you entered the
Oh,
Malformer.
that's right. I do remember that. He jumped off.
Yeah, I think he stayed with Veneros. So you guys don't know where he is right now. But regardless of that, yes,
Sure, that's fine. The unknown creature just wandering about.
There-
Side.
there are 3 beds, and you hear. I will say, a bit of time passes. So if anyone wants to talk or do anything during this time, there's about an hour or so of dead air. So if you'd like to chat or so have you.
Iva will dive into one of the beds quite excitedly. Ah, look at these sheets! So nice.
Gregor will walk over to one of the other beds. Wait, is Morgero still in my arm?
You never put him. You never said you put her
I'm
down.
putting her down. I'm putting her.
Get out
I'm
of your
putting her
arm.
down.
Just
Get
bridal
that.
style through the house.
Yeah, you put Morgaros down.
Threshold. Wow. Thank you.
Of course. I'll walk over to one of the beds, preferably the one on the right side, and lay down my stuff next to it.
Absolutely. I mean, the 3 beds are all in individual rooms.
Oh.
This is a house, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll take one of the rooms then.
Yeah, you just wander into one of the rooms, you set your stuff down, you flop into the bed. The beds are soft. They're not like comically soft. This is an average house, but you get the sense that these bed kind of coverings are 1 wool and 2 made with seemingly pretty decently made cotton. They're soft to the touch, and warm. But for you, Iva specifically, you kind of just sink in and are immediately lost within the fabrics.
Sauce and sauce.
Absolutely.
No complaints.
Yeah. So, Debo, what are you up to during this time?
Is there anything similar to like a desk or like a dining table that I can sit down at?
There's a dining table. Yeah, it's in this kind of living area, living space.
I'm gonna go and hang out on that.
Aw.
Is there a
Anybody
couch?
who would
Mm-hmm.
Morgaros will go hang with DeBow.
all right. Morg, you'd probably see that DeBow, since you've been conscious, he's had this just kind of befuddled look on his face. It seems there's something running through his mind, but he can't quite put a pin on it, can't quite figure it out.
So, Bo, looks like you got a look on your face. You want to talk about something, or
I I ain't too sure. Uh I just feel that my thoughts are just swimming. And hmm, it, when I was brought back to consciousness, because I had been put under during our festivities, I recall seeing maybe I wasn't quite back just yet, but I recall seeing Kreger was standing over me with his hands was glowing, and he was healing me. But I looked around and I saw another Kreger standing over you. And I'm just come to think of it, I don't remember seeing Iva at all. You think
Are
that's
you
just
sure?
some weird dream? Was I still asleep during that time? And why in the world would I be dreaming of Kreger of all people?
Well, I mean, dreaming of Kreger, I can completely understand. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with exploring that part of yourself. Um,
Morgaros, inspiration, take it.
I already have one.
Damn.
Um, and two Kregers, but you were awake, right? You said Kreger had
I
been healing you?
I felt awake. I've been healed before. Felt similar.
It wouldn't explain the two Kregers. Do you think the Malformer? No, the Malformer can't change into people.
And if he could, it wouldn't be standing over either of us.
Well, I
Well,
mean, we
maybe
wouldn't
it would
be
have been standing
alive if
over
he was
you.
standing over it. That's the thing, so. What are you thinking? 'Cause, I mean, Iva could have been behind one of the Kregers.
Either of the Kregers.
Yeah, she's so
Yeah,
small. You could miss her.
that is true. I don't know. I'm just confused. Maybe I should go ask Iva where she was. If she remembers there being two Kregers.
Maybe. I'll go ask Kreger.
All right. Should we let them rest first? Wake them up now before they go to bed?
Um, I don't think we should wait. The possibility of one of them being a replacer or something. It's too high. Remember what happened when we waited last time, right? There was that dead guy, and the replacer got away. Oh.
Hmm. I suppose. All
What
right
do you say?
then.
Be sure, I suppose.
I will say you both at this point here. I don't know if that picked up on Mike, but it's a knock on the door.
I'll get it.
I'll answer it. You, you go question Iva. You might have a gentler touch. Also, I think it might be a little bit healthier than you were right now, in case a fight breaks out.
DeBo just gives you a very odd look to the gentler touch remark. Kind of looks down at his hands for a moment and just kind of
they're
looks back up before walking off.
they're calloused. There's somehow oil on them. Like,
There's somehow, yeah. I'll answer the door while Bo is.
yeah. You open up the door and you see it's what you can assume to be kind of a fledgling priest or cleric, someone who is new to the clerical order and is kind of taking care of menial tasks for the clerics. You see they hold a basket in their hands and they hand it over to you, and they say, "This one's for you." And you see there's like a little cart, a little hand cart behind them, that they have to carry on their back, that is filled with these different baskets. And they hand this to you and says, "This is for you. How many are in your home?"
Uh, 4?
Okay. And you see they run back. They kind of run back and forth a couple of times to bring you 4 of these baskets in total, and says, "All right, you have a nice day, and say my be with you."
And also with you? What was this for?
Uh, it's food. We'll bring food to all the people because all the food storage got destroyed.
Oh, that makes sense.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
And kind of
You
quickly
as well.
begins to rush off to the next house. You see, they have to skip quite a few houses because a couple of the ones around here have already been destroyed. But they're doing everything they can to quickly and safely distribute food to the people who need it. If you check the basket, it is what appears to be bread, cheese, and milk.
I didn't know the clerics did
No.
Uber.
Well,
It's not delivery.
I mean, it is delivery.
It's divinity.
Wonderful. You'll love to hear it. As you are getting delivered these rations, what are you doing, Debo, to talk to Iva?
I'm headed to whatever room she secluded herself into.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hear a little bit of a stumble and a fumble, and a bit of a yawn as a pair of wings flutter towards the door opening. Uh, oh, I didn't expect you, Debo. Are you here to join me for bed?
No, I'm not. Thanks for
Okay.
the offer, though, Shia. Well, now it just seems silly. I distinctly remember when I got back up, I saw 2 Kregers. Am I dreaming that?
Mm, maybe it seems like you're just going mad, old man.
Rude. And I'm not that old.
Iva, if you don't mind, could I get a deception check for me, please?
Okay.
I mean,
Me.
I couldn't cut and draw more lying if I tried.
An 11.
What's your passive insight, Debo?
My passive insight is probably similar or higher. 13.
13. Uh, Debo, that doesn't feel quite right. That seems a little deflecting-y.
Why is everything weird right now?
Mm.
Are you telling me the truth? What's going on?
Does it matter if you have the truth or not? I mean, you're safe and sound and alive. Isn't that all you need?
All right, well, let me paint you a picture. What I'm about to tell you may or may not be the truth. I'm going to touch you with some cold iron. Now, would you rather
Hey!
me be telling you the truth, or would you rather me be maybe not telling the truth? Do you get the picture? I'd like to know the truth when I can because it's just handy to know.
Mm. Maybe you've seen something, but maybe it's best you don't remember it.
Whoa. Is that a threat?
All right. Sleep well, Miss Iva.
You too. She'll close the door. Head to bed.
Okay.
Bitch.
um,
Bro, did you know that the clerics do delivery to people's homes now?
Hmm?
I just got delivered 4 baskets of rations from a cleric of Semi.
I look into the basket.
it's bread, cheese, and milk.
No meat though. Probably
Oh.
because the thing ate all the meat. How did your talk with Iva go?
She's hiding something. She's pretty on the nose about it too.
You think she could be a replacer?
I don't think so. I feel like if that was the case, there would have been a bit more finesse.
Oh, you're right. It was too bad at lying, is what I'm hearing.
Something around those lines. I need to rest. My brain's swimming. I feel like I'm a tick stuck in sap.
You rest. You take the room. I'll take the couch for tonight. I don't sleep anyway, so.
Much obliged.
Mercury's gonna go knock on Kreger's door.
Just dunk, dunk, dunk.
He's asleep, but you can if you want. There's no response, but the door is unlocked.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I will say these
Okay.
doors, these inner doors, do not have locks. So
Okay.
In
Okay.
approximately 3
You,
minutes.
you
more,
can
we'll
you
be
can
watching
hear
him sleep.
faint. You can hear faint snoring, light snoring coming from the other side of the wall.
Mercury's just gonna peek in, see that Kreger is asleep, and then close the door.
When you peek in, you hear him. You swear you hear him, Thor, and just kind of go back to sleeping.
What, Thorn?
Thor. Thor.
Who is
And he just goes back.
Thor?
No, I'm kidding. I'm
Right
kidding.
on, kill it.
I'm kidding. Just trying to make a Deadpool reference.
Morgaros hears Kreger mention anyone else's name. Immediate violence.
No, Morgaros will close the door. Let's put the conversation for the morning then. And he'll go make his way over to the couch and sit down and start dancing.
Absolutely. And I will say, as you all rest for the night, is anyone doing anything during the night? If not, it passes uneventfully.
I mean,
All right.
I'm
The-
sleeping.
The night
Fucking
pass.
sleep.
The night passes uneventfully. Everyone, please gain the effects of a long rest.
Long rest.
Long rest,
Wait,
please.
no.
You know you ran a good combat when the entire party is screaming for a long rest.
I had 0 of everything.
I'm
Yeah,
well
2
aware.
HP and nothing. Kreger was running on hopes and dreams.
2 HP in a dream, dude. See. Yeah. You in the morning, not bright and early. So there's probably assuming you all wake up around an early-ish time, about 7 a.m.
I was up really early.
and you're up about 4 hours before 7 a.m. So you're up
In the
3.
morning while it's still
Huh?
3 in the morning while it's still dark.
Yes. So Morgaris, you're up first, and then everyone else you subsequently wake up, and it's not until 10 a.m. that anything happens. So there is this kind of 3-hour gap in time where if you'd like to do anything, talk or mull about the house, now would be the time to do so. Otherwise, something will happen.
I think Margaros will try. Is there a stove in this place?
There would be a wood-burning stove, yeah.
Margaros will use the bread and cheese to make grilled cheeses for everyone for breakfast.
Aw.
Roll.
Oh, she's
Fantasy
not
grilled
dropping it on the
cheese.
floor for the dog. This is respect.
The French man is still angry.
I'm
I know,
forever
Felix.
angry at that comment.
The inner
3
friend.
more bread went to the dog afterwards.
I swear to God.
I will say, Morgaros, can I get a wisdom check from you? Just to see how you do with cooking. It's not a high DC.
Would this be cook's utensils?
If you have it, yes.
Yeah, I have cook's utensils. You said wisdom plus proficiency.
Correct.
Yeah, Oh, it'll be perception.
Only the wisest of fools can make grilled cheese.
It's pretty good. It's I mean, it's grilled cheese. It's a solid all-rounder. It's really hard to go wrong with. The only thing is you don't really have any shortening, so the bread is a lot tougher than you would probably expect in a grilled cheese, but otherwise it's pretty good. And everyone is
Right.
able to have some.
I was gonna see if I could prestidigitate some like shortening or like butter or something.
You're going.
I can't though.
That's not how prestidigitate works. You cannot soil something with butter, sadly.
No.
Most OP
However-
cantrip ever.
You can flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material.
That's
I can
true.
create a non-magical trinket.
For
Can I
1
create a
minute.
peanut butter?
It does disappear after that minute, so all of like the butter that would have soaked into the bread and made it like soft and tender would go away.
Yeah.
It's just a little chewy, but it's still grilled cheese.
Tasty coachy.
And as you offer it up to everyone, what do you say?
I wanted to thank you all for helping defend my home last night. It means a lot to me. And I just want y'all to know that y'all are I think my best friends. I don't know anyone else who would, die for me, so. If y'all need anything, let me know and I'll be there to help you.
Very nice. Who all partakes of the grilled cheese?
Raise
I
his
partake
hand.
of the grilled cheese.
Very nice. Iva?
Debating.
Like it was kind
Yeah.
of lying,
Iva, as a fairy, you know that for it to be safe for you to take food from anyone, fae or otherwise, they have to give you explicit permission.
Iva will hold the grilled cheese in her hands and then make direct eye contact with Morg. Do I have permission to eat this?
Are you hungry, Iva?
Do I have to answer that? We didn't eat anything for a while.
You know what, you're right. You can eat it, Iva. I was gonna say if the answer was yes, then yes.
She already starts biting into it.
Yeah, and you're completely safe. You would also
She
know
hears
that
you can. It's just,
you would also know that is how it works for food from fae as well. If one of your friends here were to eat fae food, as long as they get explicit permission beforehand, they're safe. But it can't really be a beat around the bush kind of situation, because they'll get you on those. The fae will get you on those.
Wait, are you saying that there are certain rules for Faye? Like, if she wants to prank us and I tell her not to prank me, and she still pranks me, does that mean she's cursed?
Mr. DM?
Sorry, I thought he was asking someone in character.
No, you're
Probably.
right. Honestly, I would not. Never mind. I will when it's talked about. I will. I don't tell me now. I'll learn. I'll learn about it in character. We're gonna cross that bridge eventually. I have ideas.
You just
I have
see
plenty of
you see Kreger talking into the fucking ceiling for a second.
Kreger just doesn't want his dick to be shrunk.
It's a full break.
For context, that's what happened to Morgaros when Iva originally pranked him. Can't wait for that to happen again.
The only person you're disappointing if you shrink Kreger's dick is not Kreger, it's Morgaros.
He's like
My
watching,
point
like,
still stands.
Craig
You
just
cannot beat
crumble,
Kreger.
falls to his knees. Ah.
The man doesn't
Nah.
even think with his cock. What the fuck do you think he's gonna do with it?
Oh my god! In no uncertain terms, hey yo, moving on. You hear another knock at the door as 10 a.m. rolls around.
I will
I'll
approach
get
the
it.
door to open it.
And you see it's Frankie. She's again small stature, so about 3 feet tall. She as you open the door, Craig, she has to like look directly up to see you. And it's a very funny angle because all she sees is like, at least for a moment before you look down, is just like the like bottom profile of an alligator's face, essentially. As you look down, she goes, "Oh, hey, anyway, if you all are ready, I can bring you up to the reward. It's in a place. Got to bring you there."
He'll
Yeah,
step
I'm
out of
ready.
the doorway and motion to everyone so they can hear her too.
Finally, I thought you'd never come.
Sorry, we just we're getting stuff squared away. A lot of people lost their home in the attack, you know.
Hmm.
Or-
I
Not
will
very taking up this one.
Iva will flutter over to Krager and lay on his shoulder, taking another nap.
Oh.
Morgiros is glaring at Iva.
Every time.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Alright.
Kreger won't resist. He'll just keep walking. He'll follow the petite gnome.
both Morg and DeBow are just glaring at Iva, both for entirely
Freaking
different reasons.
So,
hmm.
Frankie, do you know how my father's doing?
Oh,
Up
yeah,
front?
he's doing all right. He asked us nonstop about you, and we told him you're doing all right. But your father's been at least since last night, to what I know, he's started work on rebuilding as much as he can. He's putting his woodworking skills to good use.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yeah, he jumped on the recovery and rebuilding effort as soon as he woke up from a trance.
Yeah.
Damn good worker too. And as she's like walking along with all you, she says, "The damn good worker too. I mean, you know, it's not many people who can only sleep 4 hours, go straight back to it."
Yeah, that is true. Maybe once we get a reward, I think I'll start helping out with the rebuilding as well.
Yeah, well, you know, we are offering vouchers to anyone who helps with the rebuilding.
What are these vouchers used for?
Oh, the vouchers can be exchanged for essentially different building materials. So, you know, say you help 3 of your neighbors rebuild whatever was lost. That might get you enough materials to help rebuild whatever you've lost without needing to pay it in gold or anything like that.
All right.
Oh, that's actually genius.
Just incentives to get everyone working together, put the community back together.
Maybe I should send some wood for Cliff.
Who?
Oh, my grandfather does a little bit of work like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you can get anything into town, it'd be a great help. We're currently putting out notices to all the neighboring towns and everything, seeing who can chip in and spare stuff. We're having to get in a lot of glass from over at the Oasis, because we don't exactly make none of that here, so we're having to bring a lot of it over because kind of gestures to the area, and you see a lot of buildings. Even those that seem relatively untouched have broken windows in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, glass ain't cheap. That's the one thing that we can't cover with the vouchers, sadly. It's just too expensive. Yeah, any wood you can bring in, any material at all, great to have. But at this point, you notice you're beginning to walk out of one of the northernmost gates of the city. And as you make your way outside of these kind of wooden walls, she says, "Oh yeah, the place is just up this hill right here." And she kind of gestures, and you see it's I wouldn't say large hill, but it's definitely like the crest of it you can't really see from down here. It's a bit of a steep walk, and obviously Iva doesn't have to deal with any of that. But the three of you that are stuck to the ground, it's not unpleasant. It's not bad, but it's definitely not the kind of walk you would probably want to make every day. But you eventually crest the top of this hill, and you find yourselves face to face with what appears to be a bit of an old building, a bit in disrepair. And I have the description for it here. Let me just post the image for you guys in general chat. Let's see. The description for this building is it's made entirely from locally sourced wood. You can tell it's all the same types of wood that you would find nearby here in the trees to the north, with good workmanship carved into the bones of the building. It's got a well-decorated exterior, which has seemingly fallen into disrepair over many years. Despite the complete lack of upkeep, it's clear to see that the original woodwork is impeccable, holding against the elements and only showing minimal damage over decades. And she begins to lead you inside. You see the door is broken and a little bit off the hinges as she leads you in. You have to mind your step between the floorboards. And the interior is well cleaned and emptied. You see most of the floors have actually been patched up, and only shadows are left in the place of where furniture once was. You see a man is standing with his back to you. He is sweeping what remains of a few pieces of glass from the floor, and he stands up straight as he hears some people approaching. And you can hear these kind of sickening crunches from the bones in his back clicking as he straightens it. And he turns and bows to the lot of you as you get to. Here he is. He bows, and he's got this blonde graying hair, a human man with blonde graying hair. He outstretches a hand and dips into a bow. His figure is donned by this white and black butler outfit, with a noticeable black piece of fabric covering his eyes, with what appears to be these kind of colorful lights emanating from underneath where his eyes would be. I will quickly send that image as well, as you hear him say, "It's very nice to meet all of you. I am Hannibal. Very, very nice to meet you. I assume you're be the lords and lady of the manor."
Oh, lords and lady. Do you mean that this will be ours?
And Frankie kind of steps around and does a little spin, and she says, "Yes, indeedy. This little manor right here is all set up to be yours, as you all have been given the titles of barons and baroness."
What's a baron?
Landowner, if you will. It's not a lot of land, but there is some stuff you can get done here, and Hannibal, and he kind of pats Hannibal on the side. He jumps a little bit. You can tell he's blind. He can't see. And he says, "Hannibal here is one of the best in the business to do butlering. He'll take real good care of y'all. I do have to run, but he's going to give you the rest of the details. But for all intents and purposes, this place is you all own it. Each of you owns a equal quarter of the building."
Will flutter up from Krager's shoulder and go towards the blinded old man. Well, so does that mean you have to do everything we say?
Don't listen to her,
Be
and
nice.
you don't have to answer that.
He kind of leans in and whispers something to you. Only you hear this, Iva, as he says, "Well, ask for anything too strange. Human resources might hear about it."
Iva's face kind of pales a little bit and kind of flutters back.
He smiles. He says, "But yes, Hannibal Reznov. Very nice to meet all of you." And you see he's gesturing in your general direction. Again, he can't see you. Says, "Now, the explanation for the home. As you can tell, it's in a bit of disrepair. It's not exactly," kind of taps his foot, "exactly how I wanted it to be when the next people came through for it, but it can be repaired, be placed back together. Just needs a bit of TLC, if you will.
TLC.
Tender love and care."
Okay. Okay.
And he gently pulls out a piece of paper and hands it over to you. You can tell it's clearly someone else's handwriting, and he says, "If you check there, it's a ledger for everything that is in need of the manor. It's about 500 gold pieces worth of repairs. Before the main room of the home," and he kind of gestures over to this side room that you see that's very large, "can be safely modified to add in a different function. And if you're willing to put in the work, I've already worked it out. It will only take you," he kind of counts on his hand one more time. He says, "only about 5 days of all four of you working out in the city to acquire the materials we would need to repair the home with the vouchers that they offer."
Iva looks a little displeased with the thought of working more to fix up this house.
So we save the city, and we get a home. Do we have to pay? And now we have to pay to fix the home that we were given for saving the city.
Well, assuming you would like to modify the main room, otherwise you can live here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with any of the rooms, and the whole place is safe to walk through. The only reason you would want to repair the place would be one, form or aesthetic, if you will. The other would be, I guess, modifying the main room, because the main room is suitable for a large number of possible additions. It has the pipes running through it needed for an alchemist's lab. We could even transform it into a dog pen of sorts, a study, an armory, a barracks, battle ring, and it's fit for a chapel in some ways. To be completely frank with you, there is a lot here that you could possibly change or make. But for the time being, repairs would fall on your heads, yes. It's not exactly like the town has a lot to go around right now. From what I hear, coffers are barely making it through this tragedy.
The reward, Krager, is not the state of the house and its disrepair. It is the what is left of it, as along with the property that it sits on.
Can we do whatever we want to the property?
Within reason, as long as you don't blow anything up or something like that. Of course, it's your land. You own this land. It's not even the city's. They don't even take tax from it.
What are taxes?
Small fees the city takes in order to run itself. You get running water, the city gets gold, essentially.
Noted. Judging by like how Kreger, the questions he asks, it's very clear that he has never lived in a very, very thriving community before. So a lot of the words when he says them, Kreger goes in one ear, out the other, unless he asks the question.
But yes, the building has room enough for at least one addition or modification that you'd like to make. I do have ledgers and different documents in order of the different things you could place here or make here. In fact, he kind of checks over. He says, "Would you like a small list of the available additions, assuming you would like to repair and then make the room?"
I'd appreciate that. Yeah.
Oh, and a benefit of the taxless nature of this land is that the total cost of labor and materials, if you do choose to make an add-on room, would be half the cost that it normally would. He clears his throat and he says, as for rooms you can place within the home, there's an alchemist's lab, an animal pen, an arcanist study, an armory, a barracks, battle ring, chapel. He kind of he stops on one of them and he says, a caravansary. First time
What is
I've
that?
What is that?
it's a small roadside house for travelers where caravans would stop, and visiting merchants would try to sell their wares.
Are we
Typically,
even on a main road?
he kind of gestures out, and there's one not nearby, but you do see what appears to be a small path that runs into the city from the forest. And he says the druids most typically make their way into the city from here.
What can we get for you, Iva?
But yes, sorry to stop suddenly on that one. There's a dining hall. No docks. He places the dock ones away, and he says we're not near water. You could make an escape tunnel, a garden, a graveyard, a jail, library, lodgings, an additional room, essentially, a magical enchanter, market stalls. That would be outside. He tosses one aside. There's a poisoner's grotto, a smithy, a ritual circle, siege workshop, a small tavern could fit within the stall, stables for horses, a theater for plays, a war room. He checks through anything else, and he says, and then there are of course modifications that can be made for the right price as well, but those would be modifications of an already in placed room.
Well,
I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't expect you to read them all out to us. I was expecting just a written list.
Oh, here, and he hands over the ledger, and if you look in general chat, there's a small Google Doc on the available things for purchase and the stats behind them.
Holy fuck.
Wow.
If you have any questions, feel free. Take your time as long as you need. At the end of the day, I am interested to see what you do with this little bit of land I've given
Already have my request.
you. There is only one room point. This is considered a medium house, or a small manor.
Okay.
That is where the half cost room comes from. You only have to pay half the cost that you normally would for a room. And if you would like to eventually upgrade to a large house, it'll be a pretty substantial cost and will take some construction time. You would compare medium house to large house, and then basically divide the requirements, if that makes sense.
Mm.
Well, that is a lot to read through, and I'm sure that right now is probably not the best time.
Indeed. But Hannibal says, yes, please do take your time to make your choices. For the time being, it may be more important to focus on repairs, because you cannot add anything to the home until things are more structurally sound. But for the time being, it's safe to live here and stay here. Is there anything any of you might be in need of? I am completely amenable to any reasonable requests. Kind of glances at you a little bit, Iva.
Yeah, I was wondering. Your eyes. What's is going on there?
Oh, um, he kind of clears his throat a little bit. Not expecting kind of such a forward notion, but he says, well, you see my eyes, they were gifts of a sort. They are useful, but not in the way that your eyes may be.
Well, that is forbidden. Hannibal, do you have yourself a room of relative comfort here? I imagine it's going to be a while until we're able to do anything with this plot.
Indeed, I do have my own room here, and each of you do as well. Um, it is comfortably made for 5 rooms, all of equal size. There's no one master room, at least so far. And they're rather spacious, if I do say so. It's one of the nicer places I've stayed. You don't, you see, this house was made a little bit after the war. It was made with the idea of a party of people in mind. That's why it was the first thing that came to mind when we decided to parse out some land to your group here. Oh, is there any name your group goes by yet?
I
Uh,
don't think so.
Hmm.
You may take as long as you need to figure one out. I was just asking because we would like to put the manor, give it a title of sorts, at least for the next cartography sweep of the land. But you can take your time. We're in no rush, of course.
It looks like we're all going to be very, very good friends.
Well,
Perfect, man.
I
that
certainly hope so.
is debatable,
Why
but
is that
I imagine we will
debatable?
be spending plenty of time together.
Oh my god! Sorry, Tabo like it vanished for a second. He's back. There we go.
I am returned.
Sure. Uh, yeah, as the lot of you are saying this, Hannibal kind of clears his throat and says, "If I may ask, what is there a problem here?"
problem. We are like the bestest of best friends.
Gotcha. Well, in the interest of transparency, if any of you would also like work of any kind, I work with a department which does indeed have available jobs. So, if that is something of interest to any of you, you are more than welcome to come and ask about it. Otherwise, please enjoy your time. Feel free to go volunteer, make money from doing whatever it is you do. Just know that in your official capacity, if it comes up, keep in mind you are barons and baroness of Focal Point, and you represent it to a certain degree in your daily activities.
Is the department he's talking about the one Iva would probably think about?
Most likely,
Okay.
especially with what he had said previously.
Yeah.
I would say, Iva, go ahead and give me a general intelligence check to see if you draw a connection here that you
I'm
might.
bad at those.
Well, I know Toki's bad at those. Iva might be a little bit.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'm kidding.
I will fight. I will throw hands with God. I got a 19. Give me the info.
Give me the info. This man's name is Hannibal Reznikov, and his initials would be HR.
No.
Is he part of human resources?
Who's to say?
Is he human?
No.
He is very clearly human, yes.
And is he a resource?
I will say, he says, and if you need anything, please just call my name, and I'll be right there. And he also places down a little bell on a side table next to him. He says, and if it's anything less significant, just ring the bell, and I'll be at your side. And he begins to walk away, and as he does so, you notice he's most likely gotten very used to living in this home, as he walks through the halls without bumping into anything, without stumbling. It's as if he knows this place well enough to traverse it blind without issue.
As a reward for saving the city, we get to move into this guy's house, and he's our butler now.
And as your reward, you have someone who's an indentured servant.
It's paid.
Oh,
Turn-
damn!
turns out
a
he was
slave
never a
now
butler.
owns a slave. So are we going to? All right. So we have to repair this place, or we need to get some money to make some repairs. Maybe get the additional room. So, I guess are we all in agreement that we should probably, take a day off and then eventually start working for the city and help prepare, get those vouchers?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was gonna go help my pa with stuff as well. So I didn't think we'd get
Right.
like a whole manor or something like that. I thought it'd just be like,
Money.
here, a weapon. Here's some fancy armor.
A pot of gold at the end of a rainbow.
I mean, this isn't bad, but I'm definitely shocked.
You've never lived in a house before, Gregor, have you?
Mm, that's complicated. What do you qualify as a house?
4 walls, and a roof, a door, windows optional.
I've lived in a hole in the ground with a top over it, so I think technically
That is
that is
not
a
a
home.
house.
That can't
That
work.
I
doesn't count.
I
It's
I
not a
beg to
house.
differ. It was not comfortable at all, and I could barely sleep. But that was technically a home.
I don't think so.
That does not count.
I've heard a saying that home is where the heart is. So if your heart was in that hole, then by golly, I guess it was your home.
Very much not.
Well, then you were homeless.
Damn.
Perhaps I was. So,
But now you're not. Now you're a baron.
well, that I'm
And
still. I still don't quite understand what that means. But he did say be careful because our names carry weight now, which is a little surprising.
Well,
Hmm.
How does everyone feel? I mean, we've just saved the town or city, and now we're here now. So let's just do a. Is everyone feeling okay? Is this where you thought you'd be at this point, or are you a
no.
little surprised at how you got here?
I feel like that is a very. I feel like you yourself could answer that, Mr. Kreger. I don't think anyone was assuming we'd be getting a house, let alone a manor, nor names stricken as barons and baronesses.
Well, I didn't really expect to survive that fight, so the fact that we did, pretty pretty good.
Hmm. I just go wherever things take me. Whatever my job tells me what to do. So I suppose this is a very fun surprise. New people, new house. It's not bad.
But if you're a baroness, do you need to work at your job anymore?
I mean, even though you have title, I don't think that changes if you have job or not.
I was about to say, we are about to pick up a hammer and pack of nails and, work. So I don't think it's behind us just yet.
No, but I mean, like, Iva, do you want? Because I mean, if she doesn't want to work for the people, like, are you being forced to work for them, Iva?
Hmm? Forced? I would say it's a mutual agreement. I think it's fun.
Well, all right then.
Mm.
Slight change of topic. What happened to our little bean shit?
Oh fuck!
Jane. I'm gonna go look for him. I'll be back. I think he might be with my pa.
I will
That's
say,
what I would have figured.
as you all do turn to, at least like Morgaros turns and everyone turns to look at him, and kind of look outside, you notice something you hadn't really gotten a good look at is that at the top of this hill, you can like look over and you can see pretty much all of Focal Point from up here. It's a tall hill, and this is a building that has a bit of a step up into it. It's really pretty from up here. I mean, there's definitely devastation. You can tell there's a crumbled husk where the um, Flagonborn once sat, and there is dead, rotted meat covering parts of the city. But at least for Morgaros, out of everyone here, you grew up here, and this place is a home to you, and it's very pretty to finally see it from such a vantage point. It's something that fills you with a bit of hope to face the world. Everyone gains inspiration if you don't already have it.
Motherfucker.
Eh.
This is like the second time you've gotten stacked inspiration.
I can't even stack them.
You gotta use them. You gotta find ways to use them.
When
I give it out I give it out liberally because no one uses it anyway.
I don't think he's gotten the opportunity
That's
to
fair.
roll yet.
That's
so-
fair. That's fair.
rolled after me.
I just like to
Hey.
complain for complaining's sake.
I've used every
man.
bit of inspiration you've given me thus far.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Is anyone going with Morgaros to go find Dane? Or are you guys hanging back?
I'm gonna follow him into town. I think once I get into town, I'll probably be using prestidigitation to clean up whatever mess I can. That'd be my work for the day.
Gotcha. Yeah. What are Ivan and Craig doing then?
I bet we'll explore the house.
Gotcha. What about you, Craig?
I want to dig.
You're gonna go outside and dig?
I'm gonna go outside and dig.
Are you
It is time to-
digging in a line or straight down
I'm
or
just digging a hole straight down.
straight down?
Just a fucking pit.
Go ahead and give me an athletics check as Iva, you begin to walk through the manor. And-
Athletics check for Ivo or
No,
Kreger?
no, for Kreger.
Okay.
He's digging. You're not doing anything. You're-
Okay, I was worried. I was worried for a second. Am I gonna throw hands down with HR?
Gregor's
HR does not like seeing Iva's name come in on any paperwork. Same as like
Kreger-
Kreger submitted like 15 complaints about inappropriate workplace attitude towards them.
That's wonderful. But Kreger, you begin to break the earth, and it's really easy to start digging. You get about 5 feet down. We'll come back to you in a second.
I'm digging like, by the way, like I want to say like 30 or 40. I want to dig like away from the fucking manor. Like I'm just
Yeah. You're like pretty far in the back. Like you're pretty far in the backyard. Like you're not like right next to it. You're fine.
Perfect.
Gregor celebrates his home ownership by lowering the property value.
Immediately.
Dude, he doesn't know what to do. He's just dig, okay? Dig. I don't see a problem.
This is home. I must make whole.
As you are digging, Iva, you hear footsteps in front of you from like behind. Because like to describe the layout of the house a little bit, keep in mind this is a little vague until I make a map for it. But there's this opening kind of grand hallway, and then immediately to the right there's this big empty room. This is the room that you will eventually delegate to something, whatever you decide to make it. To the left, there is a small dining room that leads into what appears to have been a small study next to it. And then there is, right in front of you, immediately a staircase up and then into 5 separate rooms, which kind of line the wall at the top of the stairs. And as you're walking, or as you're fluttering, you hear footsteps right in front of you. From around the corner. You assume this is to be probably in the main room. Do you flutter that way, or do you kind of back away from them?
She'll flutter that way, kind of curiously.
You flutter that way, and you kind of turn the corner to see there's nothing there, and you hear a voice immediately behind you say, "How are you doing, Iva?"
Wait, is this Hannibal?
You turn, you see Hannibal. He's standing like right next to you, essentially. You didn't even hear him approach.
How are you so sneaky?
Get used to it with years on the job. Are you doing well?
Yeah, I was just exploring and I thought I heard footsteps this way.
Oh, yes. I throw them passively. Apologies. Yeah, it's a skill you pick up. Your friend's outside digging.
Is he?
Yeah.
I suppose he's having a good time.
Have you... He kind of takes a moment to adjust his shoulders and said, "Are your friends well?"
We have just met, but I think they are good people.
What do they know of your assignment?
Nothing so far.
Good. Iva, you do good work. We appreciate you. We do. And if you trust your friends, it's okay. Just if you bring them to work with you, all I ask is that you take care to frame it as a quest, adventure, something whimsical that keeps their attention.
Mm.
Do it that way. No one has to understand what's going on.
Ah, so make it fun for them so they stay.
Essentially. So they stay,
Mm.
so they don't ask questions, so on.
Mm. Okay, I think that would be fun. I've been looking for more work anyway. It's kind of boring. After all that big adventure, I just want something normal.
Yeah. I can understand. You know, when you do the work we do, you don't often see your coworker, boss, face to face, equal playing. But I want you to know, as long as I'm here, as long as you are here, we occupy this manor together. You and I are equals. Friends, if you'd so have it. He holds out a hand.
She kind of like lowers her eyes a bit suspiciously, cautiously, and she'll just nod at him. Yeah, equals.
Wonderful. He pulls his hand away, puts it away, and he says, "Now, if you don't mind, just don't." He takes a moment. He says, "Just don't let your friend dig too much."
Okay.
Really driving down the property value, and he walks away.
I will take a moment to pat down her hair before going out to visit Kreger.
Gregor, can you give me 2 more athletics checks?
Oh my god.
I do not know where China is, but I am digging there.
I will dig. I said I want to dig. I want to say, let's go about like 5 meters down, and then I'll start like flattening this area out.
All right, you can probably achieve that. Yeah. So go ahead and give me 2 athletics checks to see if you can get about 5 meters, which would be.
And I mean, and then I just start digging outwards, like it's like Minecraft, right? Like once I have this hole, then I just start digging outwards, like and start making like a square.
Gotcha. You're making a mine essentially.
It said, it may
Instincts
be a
calling.
quarry. It may be a quarry, but yes, I am attempting to do so.
Okay. Go ahead. Roll 2 athletics. Let's see how you do.
A
Okay.
natural 20.
So you're down at this
Oh my
point.
God.
At this point, you've gotten to the 15-meter, or not 15. Sorry,
I'm at
15 feet. 15 feet.
All right.
5 meters. And now the second one is to see how the square goes. You start to kind of clear out the square, and you feel the shovel you're using kind of sink into something, and you go, "Oh, that's weird." And you give it a little bit of a shove, and you hear, and just for a moment, Kreger, go ahead and give me a nature check at advantage. You've been in mines before. You would recognize the sound most likely, but you might not be thinking of it in the moment. You recognize the sound immediately. this hole doesn't have any supports and is about to come down.
God fucking damn it. Alright, I'm gonna try to get out of the hole.
Yeah, you start to just fucking book it out of there. Go ahead and give me an athletics check to see how well you climb out. You can feel the dirt on your heels as you dig up the side of the hole, and you quickly just scramble out of it onto the side of the dirt, and you just hear just dirt fall in and then collapse into the hole. Iva, you come out and you see Krieger laying next to this sunken in part of the terrain. You see a little bit of steam coming out of his mouth as he is, I assume, shitting his pants at the thought that he nearly buried himself alive.
I'm gonna fill up the hole again.
Iva will flutter over and kind of rest herself on his shoulder. Big dragon. I was gonna ask you not to dig so much. You are scaring our butler.
Oh, what else am I supposed to do here?
Is digging all you know how to do?
A little bit.
I mean, maybe you can dance, you can cook, you can eat. You can play pranks. You can do so many things.
I do not know what a prank is, and I do not know how to cook or what is dancing.
Dancing, you don't know? Iva will
Mm-mm.
stand on his shoulder and do like a little jig. It's like you move your body when there is beats and music.
Can I get a performance check from you, please, as you do a little jig, a little tap dancing jig? It's passable. It's pretty decent dancing.
I was swinging her hips on his shoulder, dancing a little bit. There's so much to show you. You really don't know anything, do you, Big Dragon?
Yes.
She'll put her hands up and pat either side of his cheeks as she flutters in front of him. Okay, then let Iva show you everything and
She'll
down.
back up his head as
Ooh.
she does so. Oh, where will we go then?
Everywhere. Iva will give him a tour of the town. An adventure.
Krieger's just gonna leave the shovel implanted in the ground next to the massive hole that he'll have to fill in later.
I will say, as you walk in, I think only Iva would notice this because I think she has the higher of the passive perceptions. Iva, you notice Hannibal is out filling up the hole.
Oh, okay.
He's rolled up his butler cuffs and started fixing it.
Oh, poor Hannibal.
Oof. I was gonna fill it in later.
I promise.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Iva will give him a thorough tour of the entire town of everything he could possibly get in trouble in.
Absolutely. So during this time, two of you, DeBow and Margaros, you're both working on the town. So if you would like to add to your inventory 25 gold piece material voucher, you may.
Yay!
And do we find dangerous beings?
Oh yes, as you approach your father, Morgaros, you see Veneros is currently doing what he can to assist with putting up structural beams, taking care to make sure nothing breaks further than it already has. And as he's doing so, you see there is something very odd that you did not expect to see, and it throws you for a loop. Can I get a wisdom save from you?
A wisdom save. Okay.
This is against an emotional response, not a spell. It frightens you as you see what you could only describe to be a child-sized version of yourself. And you see
Morgiros
Veneros is currently
flashbang.
yeah, and you see Veneros is currently building with it. You see the small child-sized version of you, kind of child-looking version of you, is helping to set up these beams and working with Veneros as best it can.
Bane, is that you?
You see it looks over and says, "Ah, dangerous beans. Hi."
Hi, Dane. Why are you looking like me?
Uh, well, and he kind of points to Veneros and he says, "He told me what you used to look like as a kid, and so it seemed more functional. This is as big as I can be."
All right.
And you see Dangerous Beans kind of thinks on it for a second. He says, "Would you rather this?" And you see it shifts and molds. And when it shifts, it doesn't do kind of the Fey shift where it's like the bones cracking and pieces of it falling back into place. Instead, you watch it literally just like an amorphous blob like turns all white for a second, becomes this kind of spherical shape, and then shapes into something else as you see it turns into a child-sized, not child-looking, but child-sized version of Veneros. He says, Would you like if I did this instead?"
Well, being kid me is all right, but
Okay. He goes back.
wasn't expecting it.
No problem.
And are his eyes and mouth regular looking?
No, they're still kind of dittoing it a little
Okay.
bit. The only for everyone at home, the only difference between Dangerous Beans' transformation is its face. The face of Dangerous Beans is always two dot eyes and then kind of a smile made out of what appear to be very sharp teeth, almost like comically sharp teeth. And no matter how well the transformation aside from it looks, you can always tell immediately it's Dangerous Beans. But regardless, Dangerous says, um, but hi, welcome back.
Uh, oh, we're about to help with rebuilding for the town. Um, do you need any help?
Uh, I mean, yeah, that would be mighty kind. You see, I got a small division of other elves in the town coming to help me out. Called in your cousin, called in the couple of people I could. Um, anyone with
You be
elvish,
working?
um, what he kind of stutters for a second. He says, "Well, um, Morg, she gave birth during all this." I know
Excuse me?
I know it's a little early, but the stress of the whole thing, you know,
Wouldn't she be resting then?
I told her to, but when I called up her husband to come help out, She wouldn't take no for an answer. So, you know your cousin. She's something else.
I do know her. She's
But the kid,
headstrong.
the kids are all right. They're doing good.
Oh, so it was twins.
It was twins, but they're doing solid. They're doing real good. Um, they're Can you believe your cousin has made their dad stay behind to watch them while she helps with her parent stuff?
Yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
pretty
why,
easy.
but I can believe it.
I mean, she has a way she likes doing things, and if you get in her way, she's just gonna do it anyway. That's who she is. Regardless, I got her. I got a bunch of the other elvish descent people coming out to help, um, and we are taking trances and shifts and essentially working around the clock.
Yeah. Well,
If you're interested, uh, my shop is doing pretty all right. I can give you whatever vouchers I get for working. Help you out too.
I mean, it's mighty kind of you, Pa, but I don't know. I mean, what about Kazana's house? Are they
Well,
doing all right?
it didn't get hit, but a little bit of their field got burned up. Not much I can do about that though.
The hell started the fire.
We don't know. No one knows. The little unsettling, if you ask me. Feels like something ain't quite right. You know, before the war, they targeted fields. They went after food supply first. You ask me, it feels like something big's come.
War starting up again?
I doubt it's like that. Yeah. If it was, there'd probably be declarations, there'd be more attacks, would have been more frequent. But whatever they're planning on doing, or if there is some kind of bigger plan than some random act of violence, it's real scary.
Yeah.
And I'd be real willing to write it all off as just a random attack. But every time I think of those fields, something ain't right. Got a bad feeling about it, if you will. I tell you, 500 years of life, got a real good sense at bad feelings.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll start working with you, Pa. Bo, Bo, do you want to help out with the elves, or is there somewhere else you want to go?
I'm here.
I'd imagine. I don't know.
No, DeBo went to go clean like the streets and stuff to deal with the rotting
I'm
meat.
just kidding.
I'm
On the
like
way.
I'm like 3 blocks over him. Huh?
We're
Huh?
going
Just
to
huh? Huh? Just echoing through the streets. I will say,
Just picking a bullhorn. Daba.
for Morgaris as well, I don't know. I can't speak for Morgaris's feelings because obviously Morgaris is his own person. I just I want an insight on how he feels in this moment because the streets are like, at least for the most part, completely empty. I mean, there was the huge evacuation. Um, People are away from town, and I mean, it's just it feels desolate, and there's rubble all around. I do want to know how Morgaros as a person is feeling, being a place that he might consider to be a home of sorts in devastation.
I think Morgiros is unsettled. Um, I mean, as much as he considers this place a home, he also considers the fort a home. Um, and I think it also reminds him of when he was younger, before the war. Um, like one of the cities that he and his parents had went to, um, being a ghost town. And so I think he's a little bit on edge as well.
Understandable. And uh, as so, Kreger and Iva, you're both going into town to dance. Is that correct?
We're going
Just
into
show.
town to do that.
Sorry, to what?
Yeah.
Oh, just to look around.
Let's dance among the
Iva?
night.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume the only thing I'm bringing to town is my pouch of gold. I fully trust Iva to make all the right decisions.
That's the wrong
And
decision.
absolutely, we're way past that because the right decision would have also not been to not dig a hole on our property, and we've already made that. I've already made that too. So
I just
one
wanna-
wrong decision at a time.
I want to come back. You said a double negative in that sentence. The right decision was to dig the hole.
That was apparently also the wrong decision too, because it collapsed and almost killed me.
Almost buried you alive. I mean, you really almost fucked that up pretty bad. But as you guys are walking through town, again, you see the same state of affairs that you had come to expect, where the streets are desolate and a little bit devastated. But as you're walking through, you do notice the local school, and you can see that there's a bit of a hole smashed through the side of it and a bit of dead meat rotting around it. But you do notice, seemingly, in the school, the chairs and desks have been piled up against one of the entranceways, and you get the sense, looking at the state of it, that someone was in that school and, to some extent, held off the Malformer during this whole attack and saved the local school. And while it's a strange detail that you pick up on, it feels as if, despite the fact that there may not be that many heroes around, you're also not the only ones. And that's where we're going to pick up after the break. Everyone gets a chance here to step away, get snacks, use the bathroom, stuff like
Go
that.
pee pee.
Exactly.
Nice.
Oh, you're sending memes?
Pee 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 pee.
Oh,
I
the
need
meme
that.
dump. How I've missed that.
Dude, I gotta start like sending these memes in the actual like stream Discord so everyone can see them too. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and stuff. We as typical, we're gonna reconvene. I'll say at the 10-minute mark, so 7:10 my time. Whatever the 10-minute mark is for your hour. Right.
9:10.
Yeah.
1 minute away from bedtime.
See everyone soon. What?
Is he streaming or it's on break?
I think he's streaming the break.
He's still streaming the break.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
I imagine, like, if we wanted to, we could read chat and do a Q&A. I'm gonna get some juice first, though.
We very much can.
I hope you guys enjoy my slurping.
We will very much do. Okay, that's quite the slurp. Now let's see if I have what it takes to match that on a crunchiness level.
Oh my god.
Crisp.
It sounds
No,
like
I
your
won't.
ceiling just fell on you.
Well, I don't have a crunchy enough chip for a thing to match that.
Don't let me forget, Miss Toki. Tomorrow we need to make chicken, otherwise it's gonna go bad.
Yeah, okay. We gonna make chicken tomorrow. Chicken.
I am returned. Let's see.
You have to slurp too, Jacob.
I do? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. It's his break time. Time to read chat. I've been reading chat a little bit while we've been playing.
Shame on you.
What? What? Shame on me.
I don't know, just shame on you.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
You're
Excuse
excused.
me. You need to be excused.
Why do I need to be excused? I've done nothing wrong.
You know what's been you know what I've been waiting? I mean,
What's
while
that?
we've been playing, that meme channel looks at me like, you know how people look at that like freshly cupped glacier water they find in the middle of
Huh?
like nowhere.
What?
What are you yapping about, sir?
Okay, never mind. I'll have to explain it later.
Felix is just thirsty for your memes, I think.
You know how like glacier water looks divine. How people just put like a clear ass cup and pick up that shit.
I think you just have an unnatural gravitation towards glacier water.
Dude, I can't be the chat. Help me out here. I'm not the only one with this fallacy or fantasy. Like this is glacier water. Like, come on, come on.
Fallacy?
Yeah, I meant fantasy.
Felix fantasy, glacier water.
I don't see any messages. God damn it.
Womp womp. No Q&A.
I suppose Iva's tour of the town with Kreger is gonna be a little lackluster.
Oh,
It's
And this is where the meat is.
a little depressing.
Over here? Meat. Don't eat that.
We just dance on the meat.
Stop. Nope.
dance on the what?
The meat. There's meat everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Very, very poor choice of words.
Excuse me. No.
Where did the fucking Joker?
You know, you remember that scene in the second one? Come on.
Yeah.
We've been watching a lot of Joker stuff lately.
money,
dude.
Batman.
It's about sending a message. I need to get a Pringles can so I can start fucking. You're saying that message,
That sounds just like a door creak.
Yeah, you need the Pringles can for that for the Bane voice.
I think I can
Okay,
do a
let's like-
relatively decent Bane. I cannot remember any of his lines though.
You nearly adopted the dark. I was born in it,
Born in it,
molded by it.
by it.
Such a banger set of movies.
think
I
I've
know you,
watched
Frankie.
all of them.
The entire city of the focal point, the party. Our new home, Cracker's new home. Hannibal when Cracker begins digging.
I don't know how he knew that. How did he know that you were the one who was digging, let alone that digging was happening?
The Gulf Spring one twice side by side. It's fucking gold, dude. I received the truth. You receive what's coming to you.
Quite a threat. The bow threats.
Dude, it's funny because like I'm unarmed now, so like I won't take threats. Threats will just be funny. But Debo has one shot Iva, and he clearly will do it again. This isn't the first time he's gonna hit her with a fucking like goddamn cold iron.
Now, Cher, you ought to know by now, this ain't my first rodeo.
I thought you were cursed last time.
Well, let's just say that may have been a fun coincidence that made it a lot easier to do things that I wished I could have.
Oh no. Oh no.
I haven't gotten the moment to approach Kreger and be like, "Hey, 2 Kregers?" Question mark.
Dude, I actually asked. I messaged Zed how the fuck he would react to that. So I have a reaction. Like,
I love bullet dice. Bullet dice. Yay.
I got him dice that look like bullets for a gift.
dude, I got that. You're not gonna believe this, but I have the exact same set, and I bought it a week ago.
Yo. Did
Is
yours
it the one?
come with the revolver as well?
The revolver. I'm sorry. They come with a revolver.
You can get a cylinder that actually spins. That's what I'm messing with right now. That's what
Dude,
you
that's fucking awesome. Send me a. I mean, hold on. Let me see if I can find the Amazon
Yeah,
thing.
you search bullet dice, you'll find it.
Oh, the bullet dice, I love those.
Yeah. I play a gunslinger DMPC. and
Oh
those
yeah,
are
you
the
got that.
kind I
Yeah,
run.
okay. No, I got the ones. If you search bullet dice, I got the next one over without the cylinder.
Let's see.
Also, for anyone interested, I am tossing the memes that Jungle has created into the Twitch Discord
see.
server.
Oh yeah, so they know what we're talking about.
Yeah, so they know the memes that we have.
For anyone who doesn't know, Jacob Jungle makes a bunch of memes every single session and dumps it on us during break.
We love it.
It's very good. I try to keep up, but I can't match his fortitude.
He makes a shit ton of these, dude.
Dude,
He
they're
does.
fucking great.
And they're all high quality too. It's wonderful. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, that's me. My name's Wakab.
Whack 'em.
Oh, is Morg late?
I
Oh.
saw him sit down in the room where he is doing this from. So most likely he is here, but just forgot to unmute himself.
All right,
Rage
Gregor
quit.
will begin removing his shirt.
Oh God!
I'm
Kidding.
eating chips.
Works every
They're
time.
crunchy. Did not want
You
you guys
need-
to hear the chip.
Mr. DM, you should have got like a
Mhm.
Nerf gun so you could shoot your house guest every now and then.
I have.
Within
I should have just. Well, yeah, we're in the same house. I should have just bought a real gun to shoot him with.
oh my god.
What? Why?
Don't worry, I'll make it a 22. It won't.
Why
It won't
you
even
chip
hurt.
me?
It won't even hurt. Yeah, sure.
Dorian.
This has nothing to do with the session. I just wanted to share that Jesus pollen. That's wild. I love that meme, dude.
So, do you got the ones on the left, right? Jacob?
Yeah, I believe they're similar. Mine's more of a brassy color.
Okay, alright.
I'll send pics after Sesh.
That's sick as hell.
The dice I normally use for most other things are just a gold set of metal dice. I love the bullet dice. They're a little hard to read though, so when I'm not playing the gunslinger, I don't
Yeah.
use them.
But it's a fun concept, especially if
Yeah.
you're like a rogue or something and you have like a fuck ton of d6 to throw around.
Yeah.
It's definitely nice to have like something like funny with the dice because you just fucking abuse d6 the entire time.
A rogue with a gun. Anyway.
Rogues are so good.
Oh yeah.
So this
Anyways,
at
we're
this point-
past our time.
yes. At this point, as we return, is there anything anyone wants to do before this day passes?
Iva will kind of stare at Kreger. I suppose this was not as exciting as I hoped it to be. She looks about the ruins of the town.
I mean, it did just undergo an attack, so it's not impossible. But
Hmm,
I'm sure someone's got to raise the morale in the evening, right?
maybe. I think that would be good.
I'll say the two of you do hear someone approach, and it sounds like a male voice behind you, and he says, excuse me, you two, did you come from up the hill?
Yeah.
Yes.
You turn, you see this, what appears to be, not Nowish, halfling man, and he walks up and he says, not to bother, but, I just wanted to thank you all so much for helping out the town. Word's starting to go around about the lot of you, and it's been so kind what you've done to help save the area.
I will kneel and take his hand, and of course. I mean, you must have thanked the other three. Garros, and Dubois. They really led the charge.
Oh, no, I haven't run into anyone else aside from you two, but thank you two so much. If I see your other friends, I'll make sure to thank them as well. What do they look like?
Morg is very easy to see. He's like a very bright pink elf.
Oh,
And then-
Benaros' son. Okay, yeah, I know him.
Yeah.
And the
And
gnome is
then-
a bit mean. So if you find a gnome that's kind of a mean gnome, you've got the right one.
He's really, really mean. I'd be very, very careful around him.
He thinks on it for a second. He goes, "You mean the The guy who used to get kicked out of a bunch of bars around here?
Huh?
Hmm?
There's used to be someone who get kicked out of bars around here?
Yeah. A deep gnome, kind of wears some goofy clothing.
I was about to ask for the color of his skin. Anyways, yeah, that sounds like him. He got
Was
kicked
this
out.
man black?
Oh my god!
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
well, it's been nice streaming, guys.
Okay. He'll look over and he got kicked out of a lot of bars.
I mean, yeah, it usually like every night he was getting kicked out.
For
Oh,
what?
yeah.
I mean, had a little bit too much of the sauce usually. Had a couple of fights, not anything too bad though.
Was this before he was in the Jade Onyx?
He's in the J. This has been years ago, so I don't know what he's done with his life since then.
Well, it looks like our close friend was once a drunkard. Drinking
Regardless,
his worries away.
regardless of those days, though, he's a hero. I'll make sure to thank him if I see him. Well,
Hmm.
thank you two so much. I gotta get back to working, but you guys have been a real great help. And I will say, for everyone else here, you also get interactions like that. People will begin to recognize you or recognize the area you came from, and they will go out of their way to thank you. A few of them give you gifts, typically just food, not really anything valuable. But I would like, if you could, for a moment, everyone, on your sheets, if you could just put in, write this wherever you need to, or maybe add it as one of your features. You have the folk hero in parentheses focal point background as well now.
Hmm. Do, 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 do.
Do we get the cool proficiencies?
No. You just get the feature that the background would give you.
Yay. We're heroes, guys.
And this only works for focal point for now.
We need
Right,
to
for
be more
now, you
famous.
make it sound like we're gonna be heroes everywhere.
Well, what game are we playing again? I checked the back of the box.
I mean, we could be villains everywhere and just go full out villain mode.
That's fair. You haven't done that yet, though.
Evil Incorporated.
I take off the little sticker that says like Heroes Incorporated, and right underneath it says Evil Incorporated. And I go, oh no!
No! I would like to say that sometime towards the end of the day, if I'm able to, I'd like to send a message back home
Mhm.
addressed to my Papa Cliff
Mhm.
and tell him that there's a lot of work up at Focal Point. If he and some of the relatives would like to make their way, I imagine this will be a number of months of rebuilding, so
Mhm.
it would they'd probably be here towards the end half of it.
Yeah, definitely. They'd probably be here during like the third quarter of it, you would assume, but they could definitely help out if they wanted to. And there would most likely be something in it for them too. But you send out the message, and you get the sense it'll be a couple of days before you get a response. But whenever you want to, you can come back here, and they will hand over the response. You can assume it's probably going to be maybe 2-3 days because I assume you paid for like the postage to get it there a bit quicker via magical means.
All right, that's the end of my. I'm done.
Wonderful. Yeah, and with that, The next day will pass uneventfully. Is
Alright.
Hmm? What's up?
More gyros when we all meet up again.
Mhm.
Well, like, Traeger, can I get you for a moment real quick?
Yes.
Wonderful. Just over in the secluded area, please.
Oh no.
He'll follow more Garrosh.
Into the dark corner in that dark alleyway.
His
Into
hands
the
and
van.
feet are both dusty as hell.
Follow me into this broom closet real quick.
Oh god.
No.
Um, but once you're like out of like hearing or in sight of the other two Morgeros, is gonna say, uh, Debo had mentioned something to me the other day. Um, he said that when he had woken up, there were two Kreegers. Do you remember anything about that? When we fought I guess in the aftermath of the Malformer?
I mean, she shapeshifted into something bigger, like kind of like how she
Who?
normally does with a panther.
Iva? Iva shapeshifted?
No, I mean, she just it's like how she became a cat. What's the question?
I guess the question was how were there two Kreegers, but I mean you just answered that. So I mean,
I mean, she does the same thing as when she normally does into a cat or panther or a bigger cat. Or has it only been cats so far? Small cat, larger cat. There was a bird at one point. Um,
I think maybe she just likes cats.
I think she does. But I looks pretty normal to me.
What's a bird if not a feathered cat?
Bird.
What the fuck?
I mean, is there a problem?
No, there's no problem. It's all normal to me.
Looks like it. I mean,
Yeah, it's
I
all
can't say it wasn't shocking. Definitely shocking, but it wasn't completely out of the ballpark for what she does normally.
yeah, it's completely 100% normal.
I
Do
believe
I know
so.
of
Yes.
have I heard of any druids being able to turn into people?
Nope. That is not a thing you would have heard of.
If it is 100% normal.
I believe so. I mean, look at what she does normally. I mean, is it uh, seems pretty normal to me. It was bizarre, but I'm not going to question it too much.
You know what? It's Maria's gonna like pat him on the shoulder. You're you're right. You know, and the Morgira's is gonna walk away.
He's gonna walk out of the closet.
It wasn't actually in the closet.
Oh,
It was just behind a
okay.
corner or
All right.
something.
He would have walked around the corner as well.
And Morgira's is gonna go find Iva.
Oh no.
Okay. You're able to
Wait.
track her down. Oh,
I will go help build homes today. Kreger will go help build houses.
gotcha. You can go ahead and mark a 25 gold piece voucher for materials, your inventory. Yeah. Morgaris, you can go and track down Iva.
Iva,
Hmm.
look, Iva, are you in your room?
I would call out a little bit tiredly. I am in my room. What do you need?
I had a question for you.
I have a
Might
will.
come in?
Yeah. I have a will wave him in. Ah, come in.
Regulus will come in and he'll shut the door. So Gava,
Mm.
I
She's laying on the
heard
bed, a bit disheveled, her hair kind of everywhere. She blinks one eye at a time at him.
I heard through a little birdie told me, um, that um, I don't know if you approach this. Are you a replacer?
Will kind of like squint her eyes, then rub her face with her palms. Replacer? Why are you calling me replacer?
Because the bow had mentioned something the other day, and I just had it confirmed by Krager himself that there were two Kragers. Uh, a little bit after the fight.
It, it seems like everyone is getting a little bit wee bit sick, right? Ah, crazy, crazy, crazy. She'll she'll hop out of the bed. Her hair's still a mess.
But there's
And
nothing wrong with being what you are.
mm,
I just wanted to know in case I need to cover for you at any point in time.
mm,
I mean, you've had ample time to kill us if you so desire.
mm. At
I
least
don't
you're
think you
smart
would.
for that. Mm,
So, I mean, are you a replacer? Is being a
yeah.
druid covered?
No, I am a druid. I am very good at changing my form. Iva will kind of like crack her head side to side, and as she like stretches out her arms, she'll kind of start shifting her body with a big bone crunching movement, and she'll turn into him, Morgera standing in front of him. Ah, yes. So, but
Yeah.
I didn't think it would be a very smart choice to say that I am Morphe, that I am a shape changer, especially when we were fighting so many shape changers in front of a Jade Onyx member.
Probably a good idea to keep it on the down low. But you see, the bow is incredibly sharp. The bow
Mm,
knows you were lying to him.
mm.
You're gonna have to give him something.
And what do you think he will do once he figures out that I am a changeling?
That's what you
Since
are? Oh, I didn't know about all that.
I will say, Morgars, you have no fucking idea what a changeling is. That word means nothing to you.
Are you like a? You can change your shape. So I mean, I'll research it later. But you got to give him something. Uh, Krager thinks that it's because you're a druid that you can just change what you look like. So maybe
No,
go with that.
so just say I'm just a very, very good druid.
Yeah, so that you have mastered your shape changing abilities to change into other people. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know. But you're gonna have to find a better lie or something. Or tell him the
Uh,
truth or something.
Find a better lie.
I am not very good at lying. If they are not proficient in deception.
I'm not very good at lying either, so I guess we're
Mm.
both up Shit's Creek without a paddle.
Eh,
I'm just
Morgaro's always the
giving
moral paragon.
always the more parent. Um, I think you should tell DeBow the truth because if it comes out later during, say, an emotionally tense moment where, you know, cooler heads won't prevail, he might attack you, and that's hard to come back from, you know?
mm. I suppose since we all are living together anyway, it might be the best decision. And besides, if I do, maybe I can just change in the house whenever I like.
That's true. Well, I have a question. Uh,
Mm.
like, how much can you change? Can you see in the dark now? Can you with my eyes?
Mm. No, I cannot see in dark. I do not get the abilities that others get. I can just change what I look like. She'll crack her bones and shift again, and on her skin will start shimmering bronze scales, and she'll turn into Kreger.
Whoa,
I can,
whoa!
yeah.
Starts fanning himself. Whoa.
Hmm. I do not gain the abilities of the person like a replacer can. But I can look like
Damn.
anything I want. Even Law. she'll start
Which law
turning
guy?
into Law. The mayor.
The mayor, yeah, I mean that's what he looks
You
like. If
dragon?
everyone looks at he's not I mean he has a human form. If you look on stream, you'll see
Asshole.
the picture of Law right there.
I love how it's just a PNG. Just hello, I am Law.
Yeah, exactly. Can you do Okay, can you do an impression of what you think Law sounds like?
I am Law. I am Big Boss Man.
Very nice.
She'll laugh a little bit. Yeah, I got in trouble a lot turning into Law in the city.
Oh god, Morgaros is dead.
Oh no.
I'm here.
Oh,
Testing.
okay, there you go. You didn't respond, so I was like, oh.
That's interesting. Um, so yeah, I say be honest with the bow. He'll find out anyways, and it's better to tell him now than later.
Mm,
Like
she'll hum a bit.
make it to him gentle.
I'll think about it.
Don't think about it for too long, because if he finds out and you didn't tell him, it'll be bad.
Mm.
And then he'll
Fine,
get on to
fine.
me because I didn't tell him that I knew.
And then he'll get on to Kreger as well. That's everyone else except for
No,
him knows.
no, I don't think Kreger. Kreger isn't very worldly. And I don't think the boat would blame him for not knowing that normally druids can't turn into other people.
Mm. Okay. Iva will fold her arms and kind of sigh as she tilts her head side to side. Ah, fine. I will go find the bow and tell.
Best of luck, honestly.
Mm. Iva will give a wave to him as she flutters out of her room.
All right. you begin to depart. So Morgaris, where are you going?
To my room.
Sure. You are walking, and you hear heels click at your side, and you see, looking over, you can see Hannibal standing next to you. You didn't hear him approach, just heard that last moment step next to you. And as you snap your head to look over, he is standing there, and he says, "Are you and any of your friends hungry?"
Oh, are we provided dinner?
Yes, I'm making dinner for the night, as I will typically do.
Oh, well. I mean, I could eat.
You're wonderful. If you wouldn't mind assembling whoever you can, I'm going to go finish up the last touches.
All right. I will go find Kreger. And hopefully give Iva some time to talk to Debo.
Sure thing. Iva, you're gonna go find a bow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Question: aside from Kreger, did anyone else work in the town today?
I would have.
Debo would have.
Iva would not.
I would not. So, Morgaros, Debo both add another one of those 25 gold piece vouchers. And then, not Morgaros. Iva, you find Debo. Debo, what state are you in as you return home from working out in the city all day?
Working out, lifting that heavy weight.
Motherf-
Debo would have probably been spending a lot of time on, I believe this, according to the photo you sent, this place has a porch, correct?
Yes, Hesborch.
Yeah. I would be out on the porch smoking it up.
Fair enough.
Like
You're
an old man.
taking these
I would, if there's a rocking chair, I would be on the rocking chair going back and forth.
There is
I
indeed a
do look
rocking
like
chair.
I'm like 80 years old.
I will say in this moment you feel very much like your grandfather.
Oh yeah, that's where I get it from.
Yeah, that's where you find him, Iva. You find him outside, rocking back and forth in this rocking chair and toking out of a pipe.
Iva will kind of flutter close, put her face near him where the smoke just kind of wafts up around her face. So, Morg told me maybe it should be best to tell you.
I kind of peek one eye open, and the rocking gets a little bit more, what's the word? Active rather than passive. Go on.
She'll kind of look sheepishly to the side and flutter a bit as she examines his face. But you promised to keep secrets.
I know better than to make any promises with Faye.
So you don't trust me?
Now, just exactly why would I trust you if you gonna be hiding the truth from me?
What truth? No, I am not hiding. I wasn't. She'll kind of look down a bit irritably.
Iva, tell the truth.
Get out of here! I wave away the Morgaris Force ghost.
I was thinking more like Simba, or sorry, Mufasa in the cloud.
I was thinking, Courage Cowardly Dog, return the slab out in the fucking yard.
Return the slab.
Iva will flutter her wings a little bit and stare at the bow right in the eyes. Well, I can do things like this, and she'll blink her eyes, and she'll match the color of her eyes with his. And I could also do things very similar to this. She'll reach out her arm, and as she flicks her thumb, the skin ripples and starts turning his color violet.
DeBow does not seem impressed at the color change of your eyes. He doesn't seem very alarmed at the change of your skin tone either.
Mm. And then she'll step back a little bit, land on the ground, and she'll crack her neck side to side as her bones begin to mesh and meld like she does for her tiger form. And she'll stand in full form in front of him, looking like him.
Oof.
Ta-da! There.
Well,
You have truth.
it's about time. Could have figured that out on my own.
You
Now,
That completely cut out
You
on my
know,
end, by the way.
sorry?
Whatever Toki said completely cut out. It was just like into the distance.
That's basically all she said.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, if I'm going to be honest, Mr. Ivor, over the last couple of days, I've been mulling over, and dreams and daydreams and things like that. They always seem to be fuzzy the further out you go. Especially mine, they tend to be very foggy. But as the days wore on and every hour began to pass, the details only got clearer. I saw you, or what I presumed to have been you. Now, I saw Gregor and I saw our good friend Moore. However, the Gregor standing over me was casting some kind of magic. Familiar magic. Healing magic. Druid magic. Now, something else that I've begun to question was when I see you change your shape, there's an awful lot of bones cracking. Now, I ain't an expert on druids, but I don't think they need to be seeing many chiropractors as you should. So, you're a shape changer. That much was evident, especially over the days gone by that you kept this information from me. What kind of shape changer are you?
Mm. Do you not have a good guess with your vast experience as a Jade Onyx member?
Mr. DM,
Mm-hmm.
what do I need to roll?
Go ahead and give me a hittery at
Hittery.
advantage, because this is about monsters and ancient lore and such.
Oh, cool. Nat 20.
Ooh.
Oh,
I was drinking something. Fuck. This person in front of you, a changeling. You know a vast amount about changelings, as you've run into more than your fair share in your time. In fact, you've run into more changelings than you really expected to run into in your career. Mainly due to the fact that seemingly changelings are one of few fae who are essentially contracted by the government, by focal points of government, by the governments of the neighboring city-states, and so on, because they hold something very special that no other fae or basically anything can lay claim to. They are a shape changer, and they have free will. They are a creature that can choose and decide things of their own accord. They don't need some kind of special oversight or anything of the nature. Changelings are simply people who can change their shapes, who can change the way they live, so on. They are fully breathing, thinking people, no different than you or someone else. And due to this, government has made it such that when a changeling is swapped out for a baby, because that's how changelings come into the world, they are babies are stolen from cribs and replaced with changeling babies. When one of those is discovered, they are quickly swept up, put into a secret government organization, and then lead a double life of taking care of jobs for the government. There is few to no exceptions. If this person in front of you is not part of one of those secret government organizations, then they are almost assuredly someone working for the Fae over the wall as a spy. You have no idea which one this person in front of you is. But considering the fact that you're not dead, and all of you aren't dead, he probably had your best interests in heart, because she easily could have killed you, Orgaros, and Kreger all at that time. You may have been low on spells, but you also remember Kreger was bleeding from every possible vein in his entire body. Kreger was maybe a breath away from dropping dead. If this person wanted you dead, you would be dead.
I'll look towards Iva and I'll play coy a little bit. How many guesses do I get?
3. She holds up her fingers.
Changeling.
She'll narrow her eyes and kind of like purse her lips. Well, I am glad you're a lot smarter than you look.
Damn.
Well, looking at myself now, I say I'm a little bit more handsome than I am smart looking.
I don't know. With you being on your chair, rocking back and forth, you kind of look like an old man.
Well, you ever hear of a silver fox?
He's calling himself a silver fox. Maybe. Well, who to say? But we have that out of the way, so you won't go and shoot me again, will you?
Not unless you give me good reason.
Mm.
For the memo, going forward, whenever we get into some kind of situation like this again, hiding the truth would be a pretty good reason.
I mean, do you think it's not smart of me? Especially with someone like Jade Onyx member who's so suspicious and stressed. In a whole battle against shape changers, I did not know how you would react.
Touche.
But it looks like dinner is almost ready. She'll shift her form again and change back into her small fairy.
I think my mic has cut out.
Hello?
I said
I-
touche.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't heard.
Hmm. It looks like dinner is almost ready. If you're not going to shoot me again, then maybe we should go eat.
Well, I'm getting a bit hungry. I'll tap out the end of my pipe. Ivy, you would see the kind of design of it is kind of like an old man's face, and the top of the pipe's hole is kind of covered by like a little bowler hat. I kind of open the bowler up and dump out the ashes before closing it and putting it in my pocket. Let's eat.
She'll flutter down the halls with him.
Very nice. As you all sit down and dinner is served to the lot of you, it is steak, seemingly. They've been able to procure some meat after the last couple of days, probably making some deals with farmers and so on. It is a dry aged steak that has been kind of coated in salt and then fire roasted. And the portions are divvied up with different amounts going to each of you, with Kreger getting this much larger section of the steak to accommodate for his insane frame. And then a helping of water is given to all of you as well. And as it is served, Hannibal gestures in your direction, Iva, and says,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, and you may eat."
Good. She'll chow down as soon as she gets the words.
Likewise, he's got to get his macros in for the day.
Absolutely. It's very good. And take your time to eat, and you're able to bed down again this night for rest. And at this point, is there anything anyone would like to do following day?
We're on day 4 now, right?
Correct.
So I only have 1 voucher, and Debo has 2.
Morgaris has some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
I think we're at a
First
total
day,
of
wait.
5
First
vouchers.
day we all rested. Second day we all started doing shit.
Morgaris, how many vouchers do you have?
I mean, Morgiris would have worked every day.
So you have 4.
Oh,
Debo worked on the
Well-
first day.
I would have been working each day as well.
So you have 4. That makes up, let's see, 200 so far. And then Cracker, how many do you have?
I would have tried to work every day after the first day because the first day I dug a hole.
All right, so you have another 75 or
Yes.
another
We
3
had more
for
important
75.
things to do.
So
There were more important things to do.
So currently, collectively, you guys sit at 275 worth of these vouchers. So would you all like to basically work the next day, or do you want to? What do you want to do?
I'll put in another day's worth of work. I would like to add that I would like to look for some clay planter pots.
Yeah, you could definitely find some of those after the aftermath. There's probably some shops starting to try and run back up again. You can probably get them for a decent discount. I'd say. How many are you looking for of these pots?
Good question. We'll go with 6.
It's about a silver piece a pop, so about 6 silver.
Oh. I don't have money.
Oh,
Oh wait, hold on. I have 1 silver piece. I don't know from where.
well, I don't think anyone has. I'll say they notice that you're one of the people who helped save the town, so they just give you 6 of them for free.
Yay.
I mean, I have
I
money.
will tip my hat and then clatter away with a jangle of clay pots in my arm.
I just imagining like
Tink, 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 tink.
extremely low animation, just like up down as, as we hear the jingle. Yeah, you're able to secure these pots. I have no idea what for, but I will say for the three of you working, because I don't think Iva's working, unless mistaken.
Nope.
All right. So for the three of you, you can all add another voucher, your list of items. So that's another 75. So you're at
75.
350 right now.
I will say that Morgiros will give 4 vouchers to his dad to repay the money he lent him for the removal of the curse.
That's fair. Yeah, we'll take that. You can knock off 100 from it, so you're at 250 now. And I will say, as you guys are working this day, I'll come back to you in a second, DeBo, because I'm curious what you're doing with those planter pots. But as you're working this day, I will say, Hannibal approaches you in the halls again, and he says to you, I may ask, what aren't you out there working? The rest of them?
I am just resting. Is that not good?
It's fine. I mean, you have no assignments. Plenty fine. I was just curious. That's all.
I suppose I can. I always question maybe if it's not good for me to help people who do not like Fae like myself. Or maybe if people would be too scared.
Well, for one, you can look like anyone. But let's put that aside. Two, he kind of adjusts himself and adjusts his tie a little bit, and he says, if you're out there helping people, you give a better name to Fae. If you want people to see you differently, you must act differently. Show them that there are good Fae. Gods know that they need anything to show them that there are good Fae out there.
I see. She'll look down a little bit and kind of stretch her body out. I will see what I can do to help then. Not that I can do very much.
Gives you a little pat on the back, and he says, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. I mean, you can turn into like an ox or something, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose I could.
Carry materials around. I mean, I think if you're an ox, you might even be able to carry as much as Kreger can.
I wonder who would win in the fight.
Kreger or an ox?
Kreger or Ox?
I'd take that deal. How about you? You take that deal?
Hannibal kind of quietly mutters to himself as the conversation ends. He goes, "Oh, they're gonna build that fight pit, aren't they?" But yeah, do you think Iva's felt inspired to go and help out the town?
I think she'd go and help the town a little bit.
Yeah. And I will say, generally, the reception is pretty positive. I mean, some people are, of course, wary of Fae, and that's always going to be the case. But it seems like a lot of people are really okay with your presence, knowing that you're one of the people who helped save the town.
Okay.
So, I don't know how she feels about it, but it is a mostly warm reception that she received. And you can add one of the vouchers to your inventory.
Yay! How much is that again?
25 gold pieces.
25.
So total for the party right now is 275. Or yes, 275. So we're gonna go to the next day. Everyone just working that day? Anything anyone wants to do outside of that?
Later.
Potter plants. What are
that's-
those? Yeah.
I set them in the corner of the room.
Oh, okay.
They're for later. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry
I
about
would
it.
like to go up to good old Hannibal
Mhm.
and ask, Mr. Hannibal, is there anything to do to pass the time during the night, or should I just stick to smoking pipe? Got like dice or a chessboard around here somewhere that I can whip out.
Yeah, you see, as you say, Mr. Hannibal, he kind of snaps to attention for a moment, and he turns, he goes, "Oh, sorry, startled me." Kind of thinks on it for a second. He says, well, in the study, there are a few games left over. I believe a chessboard, some cards, there's some checker pieces as well. There are some dice in there, though they're a bit old. And kind of thinks on a little bit more. He says, "Oh, yes, there's the old ring game."
Sorry.
Oh, it's a game where there's a ring attached to a string, and then you try to throw it onto the little hooks. It's an old drinking game.
Well, I'm mighty particular to dice. And I don't think age would ever break something like that unless you lose them.
Sure, yeah, they're just a little dirty, but pretty fine.
You play?
I would love to, yeah.
Let's play.
Sure thing. Sits down
Um,
with you somewhere.
While I'm playing, I'm just asking him some basic questions like, how long you been living in town? You got family? Just the whole getting to know my butler thing.
Sure. Um, you kind of ask him, how long he's been living in town. He says, like as he rolls the dice, and you see it comes up like a pretty bad result for him. He doesn't really notice. He says, well, I've been living in town about well, about 60 years now.
That's some time. How long you been living in general, if you don't mind me asking?
He kind of thinks on it for a while. He taps the table a few times and he says, "I think I lost count."
You and me both.
Yeah. Sure, you're older than me though. You're he kind of he can't squint because he doesn't have eyes, but he kind of like you can tell his body language looks a little incredulous, and he says, "You're halfly no."
You'd be correct on that. I'm not older than you, though. If you're starting at 60, I'm quite a little ways less than that.
Fair enough. I can't see you.
I believe I'm 37.
Easy to lose track.
Well, we never really celebrated birthdays where I came from.
We used to, for me at least, but not really many people left for me to celebrate with.
Any siblings?
Used to. Used to have a couple, yeah.
Nieces and nephews?
Oh, sure. Sure. Had a couple of those too. Have two sons.
Insight check. Is this a sad story?
Roll insight. But he does say have two sons.
Oh, yeah, it's a sad story. That's a nat 19.
You get the
Let's see,
sense
what's the
that
bonus? 22.
you get the sense that the story with his nieces and nephews are more so melancholy than they are sad. They don't seem to have that overbearing sad tone to them. They seem to be just more melancholic. But as he mentions his sons, he doesn't seem too perturbed by mentioning them, and he uses present tense. He just, I mean, unless you ask, he doesn't really go into deeper detail than says, "I have two sons."
I see. I think I must just be getting hard of hearing. I thought it was past tense. Good Juthar's coming out.
You know.
Uh, I'll just continue asking a few questions, like, how long's it been since you've been blind? Were you born with that?
Uh, well, I lost my right, or not my right, I lost my left eye. I'd say middle of the war, roundabout. And then I lost my right, probably about 15 years after the war.
Active duty?
The left eye, yeah. The right eye, not as much. Would you believe their gifts?
I don't believe I was in the room when he mentioned that. Gifts. Nah, I'm not gonna pretend that I've received great a many gifts, but that most certainly must take the cake on being an odd set of gifts. Who had the gall to give you those?
It was my wife gave me these. He towards he kind of rolls the dice again. He says, towards the beginning of the war, well, we needed something to give us an edge. No, Law and I, we had nearly died quite a few times just towards the very beginning. I mean, throwing everything they had at us, and he we were fighting in a racer. You ever hear one of those before?
Have I heard of one of them before?
Nope. Does not ring a bell.
Oh. No roll necessary. I am surprisingly unfamiliar. Must have done a good job. No more around?
More like only one comes around every few hundred years. The erasers are rare on a magnitude. Say you took one of the court members from the court of magic, right? And you turned one of them into a monster. And then you gave that monster the ability to erase its victims from existence, even their memory. That's what an eraser is. About the worst thing you could possibly fight. Law and I, pretty sure we lost a lot of people to it. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you the names, faces, anything about them really. When my wife approached me, it was looking like it was about to be the end of the war. Right at the beginning. We were pretty sure that Eraser was going to take out all of us. But My wife, she gave me my left eye. And it nullified Fey magic that it was outputting. And so I saved Law's life. Law and I put down the eraser and saved humanity for an extent. But I still think a lot about how people probably died to it. Again, I couldn't tell you their names, I couldn't tell you their faces, but not just that, if they had family, they were gone too. Their kids were gone. Wives never remembered them. Husbands never remembered them. The amount of people who must have just had their whole lives upended without ever even knowing it keeps me up some nights. If we have any luck, there'll never be another eraser again. One can only hope. The right eye. Sorry, got a little off topic. The right eye. It was the wedding gift, and I have this blindfold on, and I can't see. If obviously, if I took the blindfold off, I could, but the problem is looking out of these eyes. It takes a lot out of you. Anything I see, that's magic, stops working right then and there, like clockwork. And if I really focus, my right eye, I close my left eye, I look at it real sharp. I can he kind of hesitates to say it, and he says, I can do the same thing the eraser used. Just pluck someone or something right out of thin air. But I keep the blindfold on because if I take it off, well, you ever have a hangover?
A few.
Imagine your worst one. Times that by 100. Puts me flat on my ass for days, maybe even weeks. I'm not the young man I used to be. The eyes, they take it out of me more than anything else can. I don't think I could ever really describe it properly, but feels like molten lava inside my brain. Horrible. So I keep them closed.
Certainly sounds like quite the burden. Which begs the question, what exactly made you want to come to this point where you are butler to an aspiring party of adventurers rolling poorly on dice?
He smiles, and you see as he rolls, the die seem to come up in a net well roll. Says, well, used to be my house. Well, mine and my group.
This really is just this guy's house. We've inherited this dude's house.
Over the years, the fellow members party, they moved on with their lives, did what they did. I don't think any of them are around anymore. Nothing to be sad about. They lived good long lives. I stayed around, and well, I stay here and I see to it that this house gets back to its former glory, and I see to it that another party gets to have it and gets cherished in the way it once did. I mean, it'd mean a lot to an old timer like me. I mean, like I got nothing better to do.
Well, quite an interesting story. It's a pleasure getting to know you, Mr. Hannibal.
Well, Brandel,
I'm gonna call it a night.
like a plan. Yeah. Stands up and he begins to walk again. It makes a lot more sense as you see him walk flawlessly through the house. There's no telling how many years he's trudged these halls.
I wonder if it's been 60.
Well, he mentioned being around at the beginning of the war, which was 80 years ago. Or sorry, which ended 80 years ago. Beginning of the war was even before that. And
Dude's old.
he does not look that old. I mean, he looks maybe 50s, mid 50s. To really push it.
That blindfold isn't hiding pointy ears, is it?
No, it's not.
Noted. I go to bed, I honk shoe real hard.
Fair enough. So as the next day rolls around, does anyone want to go and get their vouchers?
So how many vouchers do we have total right now?
I believe it's 3.
275.
Oh yeah, it is 275. Yeah.
And so this is the last day I'll work. This is the 6th day, right?
This 5th?
6th.
It is
I've
the
got
6th.
5.
Oh, okay, it is the 6th. You're right.
All right. So this is the last day I'll work.
Okay. So go ahead and add another 25 gold piece voucher. So you're at 300 total right now.
I will also work today.
325,
Yeah.
350.
Iva.
The party starts dragging Iva out to work with them.
The spirit's beckoning you to get off your ass.
Does Iva kneel to the demands of the spirits?
Eva will be dragged out by the spirits. My
Okay.
room is haunted.
It's just like 3 ghostly figures. Like, you're all much larger, so just one of you could drag Iva out, but all 3 of you are working together to drag Iva away from her bed.
Yeah, we're all wearing old bed
Sheets.
sheets that we've cut holes in.
All right, you're at 375 now. And unless anyone has anything for today will also pass by as you work. And if anyone would like to, yes.
Somewhere throughout the day, I would like to see if I can find a herbalist or like an alchemist.
Yeah, there's an
Something similar to that.
There's an alchemist shop.
I'd be asking them if I could trade. I have a feeling some of my party might kill me for it. A voucher or 2 for some herbal supplies to put in those potted plants and grow so that I have more things to smoke.
You arrive outside of the shop. It's one of the few places in town currently running, and it's an apothecary. And you see the sign outside reads "No nose, no mo bad feels." And as you walk inside,
The fu-
you see a little goblin is beginning to
Oh, my
is
lord.
running the counter. There's a bit of green goo sapped across the various different fixtures of the room, and you see this goblin, presumably No, hops up onto the counter as you approach and says, "Hi, what can I do?"
Anything here I can put in a pipe and smoke?
He kind of puts the tip of his finger to his mouth for a second. He says, smoke. Chemical or herbal?"
Preferred herbal, but I'm open to suggestions.
All right. And you see, quickly, No runs into the back, runs back out, and has 3 items that they're holding. One appears to be. Sorry, Cricket was freaking the fuck out. But one appears to be the small potted plants, which they put to the side. Another appears to be this strange looking goo-like substance, and the last one seems to be a fine powder, a fine black powder of sorts. And they put all 3 of them down on the counter, and they say, "Okay, which one do you want to know about first?"
Well, first I'd like to know, do you take vouchers for payment?
Yes.
Good. Let's talk about that black stuff.
Oh, this. And they kind of quickly show you like the text, like they run their hand through to show you the texture, and it looks to be kind of powdery. It has like almost a sand-like texture to it, but you see that it sticks like powder as well. And they brush their hand back off and they say, "This stuff is ground pepper tobacco."
Oh,
So it works kind of like tobacco, but it's infused with peppers to give it a little bit of a kick. It also has a very herbal scent.
all right. And that green stuff?
Oh, this. And you see
Oh, no.
the goblin kind of twirls it in their hand a little bit and says, "Now don't tell anyone I'm selling you this stuff, but this, they call this on the streets booger juice." And the way it works, it's not really boogers, but don't tell anyone. Kind of breaks the allure. But the way this works is you stuff it into a pipe, you light it on fire, and it burns real fast. You take it all down in one rip. And after you take it all in, time slows down. You can experience minutes like they're hours. Lasts about an hour.
And the side effects of that?
He kind of takes a sharp inhale and goes, "How long you got?"
Not that much time. I'll take the pepper tobacco, thanks.
What about the plant?
What would I recognize the plant?
Roll a nature check. If you do recognize what this is, I think I might have to send it to you in private.
Oh, I think I know what this is.
You might know what it is.
17.
The ganja.
No.
Oh, that's what I was gonna guess.
I said that. But yeah,
Let's see.
probably misspelled, but you know, you get the gist.
Ah. Yeah, as he asks about the plant, I'm fine with just the pepper tobacco. Thanks though.
Yeah, no problem. Now don't tell anyone I sold you any of this. And he hands you over the the pepper tobacco. And he'll just take one voucher for it.
All right.
It's a decent amount. I'd say this is probably worth at least 2 or 3 like full on porch sessions.
Yeah, I do plan on rooting through it and seeing if I can find any seeds or anything like that, so I can just reproduce it.
Give me investigation.
I'm good at these. I love investigating. To 23.
Holy fuck. Oh, by the way, I will say, not really that important, but that shop also sells potions, which you would have seen. But 23, holy fuck. Yeah, you're able to find a good amount of seeds in this. Probably like about 5 of them.
Yeah, I'll just dump all 5 of them in one pot.
Fair enough.
One of you's got to take.
I'll see. Right.
Yeah,
And on
that's
the,
my day.
absolutely. Anyone else doing anything for today, or did we want to go the next day? All right. We go on to the next day, and who all is working today, the 7th day?
That'll work.
Working.
So Ava will work.
50, 75.
I will dig a hole.
Cracker, not again.
We'll
I have a plan. I will build
No.
some wood pylons for reinforcements first.
we'll
I
go
will
we'll
start
go
structuring a.
we'll go to that last. The 3 of you worked at 75. You were at 350, right? Or 375? What were you at?
350 taken down to 3 or
25.
375
I think you were
taken to
at-
350.
So
In total,
yes, you're at 350. Okay.
Morg
You
and
were at
DeWoe
375
have worked 7
because-
days. Gregor has worked 5 days, and
Yes,
I
yes.
think Ira's worked 3 days now.
Yes, and there have been some exchangings of items, but 350, and then you all 3 works, that's 75, so we're at 425 right now out of 500. And what?
Just one day away.
Pretty much. But
I probably should have waited on that pepper back.
Gregor,
Yes.
you construct the pylons first. You have woodcarver's tools.
No, but I was hoping I could just get an axe and start cutting pieces of a tree off.
Give me a dexterity check to see how well you cut these pieces. Because you're
Very
more
well.
so worrying about aim than you are about brute strength for cutting the wood.
Straight dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
Huh?
18.
Okay, it's pretty good.
Ooh.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've seen worse. You are
Better,
able,
it's better than a 15.
you are able to construct some pretty decent pylons. You get the sense that these shapes are going to hold and they're not going to fold under pressure, at least not easily.
I will start digging.
You you start digging. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check.
16.
That will work. You begin to dig the hole, and you get down about 5 feet. Go ahead and roll another athletics check.
I'm gonna re-roll that. I refuse. I'm using my inspiration to dig.
Use your inspiration.
17.
17 will get you another 5 feet down. I believe you're looking for another 5 feet, correct?
One last bit of 5 feet.
All right, go ahead and roll one more time to see if you can't get that extra 5 feet down into the hole.
Actually, I think 10 feet is good enough this time.
10 feet? Gotcha.
I think 10 feet. 10 feet will be good, and then I'll add to it later. But I think 10 feet is a good. I mean, it's like a bit of a kind of a basement. No,
Alright.
it's got a bit of room hanging above, so it's good.
You
It's good
start
for the time being.
you start to dig your little square out now.
I do.
Roll to dig. Roll athletics.
Can I cast guidance on myself before I do these as well?
Yeah, I didn't know you had guidance, but yeah.
I actually do. Yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
forgot you picked it up as your thing. Yeah, I don't know why you haven't been using it, but 22. What's the size of this square that you're looking for?
I want to dig a 30 by 30 foot hole.
Oh, fuck. So, like,
This will take multiple days. I fully expect it to take multiple days.
gotcha. We'll say you get 5 feet in each direction right now.
So it's 10 feet in diameter.
Yes, it's 5 feet by 5 feet.
5 feet by 5 feet. Oh, it's just a 5. Okay, so it's one block for the time being today.
I guess technically, if we were looking at it on a grid, it would be 4 blocks, is what I would want to try and give
Okay,
you. So it would be
that's
10 by 10, I guess. Technically, the blocks are weird. We're working with blocks here. It's a weird circumference.
Okay.
But you put up your pylons that you made today, so this won't collapse, right?
I do.
You place those up, and you get the sense that this hole is not going anywhere unless something really heavy stands on top of it. Which you would not count as really. It would take like your entire party and then like 2 other people to be heavy enough to put some real pressure on this hole.
Okay.
I come home. Craigie, you'd never believe it, but I bought an entire wagon of horses.
You never believe it, but I dug.
A whole wagon of horses, and then Craig just goes, "No!"
See a hand rise. See a hand rise with the holding like a thumbs up, like the Terminator 2 from the hole.
Instantly crushed and killed.
I am fine.
But
I'll be back.
the DM to the party, no, he won't. But yeah, that day passes by with the digging and the work. Is anyone working on this next day, the beginning of the next week?
I work.
Okay, that's 2. We're at 475.
It will work.
All right, we hit the 500. Very nice. At this point, if you turn them in, you can start getting the work done at your home. You get the materials, and plenty of people will come up the hill to help you out with this building if you're interested in that. And yeah, I'd say it seems like you only have maybe a week of people working here, and you obviously helping out because it's your house, before this thing is back up in tip-top shape. It's kind of it's not around the clock working, obviously, but it's pretty much pretty late into the night, pretty early into the morning, that this work is going on. And I will say, at this point, we're going to go ahead and say, is there anything anyone wants to do for this week that the repairs are going?
That is a good question.
Is there anything special anyone wants to enter the house while they're working on it? Because Marguerite
I will
knows how to
help.
use woodcarver's tools.
Iva will help Cracker dig as a badger.
Okay.
I would use this week to aid in the house if they need anything, but I would also use this week to dig out my 30 by 30 foot pit.
Got ya. We'll say with Iva's help, you guys are able to make the 30 by 30 pit. So that is finished. That is done. 10 feet deep and then 30 by 30 at the end of this week.
Oh,
Hmm?
we'll ask. So, Cracker, what exactly is this for?
Honestly, I didn't think I'd get this far.
Yes. I was hoping you would say that.
The whole collapses, you both die. No, I'm kidding.
But now we have a 30 by 30 foot pit, so possibilities are endless. I'm looking for suggestions.
We could fight. Maybe we can fight in it.
well,
Ooh.
wouldn't you know it? It just so happens that DeBow is looking for a place for an underground grow house. So
I have 6 planter pots. What am I gonna do with a 30 by 30 foot pit in the ground?
He's gonna become a drug lord.
No.
he just puts on a pair of dark sunglasses and goes, Morderis, we have to cook.
Fucking. I mean, the Flagonborn is out of work, so you
Say
can
the
always go.
Flagonborn?
Welcome to the Dugganborn.
Flagonborn. By the way, if anyone's thinking of like name suggestions for the group over this time, feel free. But as you are with your new hole and the end of the week, was anyone else doing anything during this week? Working. Okay. The end of the week rolls around, and sure enough, your home is finished. And it's honestly quite pretty. You soup it up, and it looks, at least assumedly, how it must have back when it was first made. Looks brand new. Really something to behold. And now you have an entire room that you can dedicate to something. But more importantly than that, time is going to start creeping on. And I want to basically ask here, is there anything anyone wants to do over a long period of time?
I would
How long
need a
are we
little while
talking?
to think about it.
A little while to think about it. That's fine. And by long period of time, I'm not necessarily meaning the whole downtime. I am more so referring to maybe a week, anything like that. I mean, a good example would be any of the rooms. I believe they all have construction times of their own, so on. But if there's nothing outwardly that strikes out as that, I can say, if you would like to, what we can do is we can open up the grounds for some side questing, and say get back to our downtime when you have some more time to think it over.
I feel like that would be the best course of action.
Wonderful. So we will say on a nondescript day. We're not sure when this is taking place, as to be a little bit nebulous with it. You are all in the home, and it is this moment where you can choose what you would like to do. There's no obvious outward side quests. You're all kind of standing there, but there is kind of a air of a lust of adventure surrounding you. Is there anything anyone says or suggests in this time?
I
A
will
lust for
suggest.
adventure.
I will suggest an adventure.
Oh.
Why don't we go on an adventure to where I work?
An adventure to where you work?
Yeah, they always need help and things to do.
That sounds like a pleasant idea.
What exactly is it that you all do at your job?
Mm. Uh, Various things. Depends on what your skills are.
I was actually hoping to take up smithing. He said he put us in working conditions, right?
What was that?
The butler said he could get us work. Was that correct?
I think he did say that, yeah.
And you see, I'll say, you notice behind Kreger, the man you would all know as, the man you would all know as, Hannibal, is standing just behind Kreger, and says, "Oh, are you all looking for work then?"
Yes.
Wonderful. And you see, he begins to reach into his coat, and fish from it some items. He says, "Oh, yes, you were interested in showing your friends how you work?"
Yeah, I think
Wonderful.
that would be a good thing. Since we are all getting to know each other a bit more.
Absolutely. You see, it just so happens, one of your colleagues came by to drop off some important papers for you. And he pulls from his coat a little note. And he explains, not reading over it, he's just kind of holding it to you as he reads off what is on the paper. Presumably he looked at it while he was not near all of you. Says, addressed to you, Iva, law is resting and focal point in disrepair. Many conflicts are beginning to arise, and there is a need to make sure peace is kept during this tumultuous time. We have it on good authority that a coalition of bandits and mages are planning a surprise uprising of common charm, with focal points set in their sights due to law's currently weakened state. Carts coming to town with aid have reportedly gone missing, and recently a few drivers have stumbled into town blinded permanently. If you'd like to head down to the local hospital, you can see if you can get some more information from the victims. But to the best of our knowledge, they're working somewhere to the south. The town wants this potential threat dealt with as soon as possible, as these supplies will be vital to the rebuilding of Focal Point's most damning infrastructure.
We'll look expectantly at the group. Look, it's a good adventure. Does that not sound fun?
It certainly
It's
sounds
an adventure.
entertaining.
Are
think
we
we should do it.
going? Oh, well,
Unless
I
you don't want
guess.
to, Gregor.
No, I will gladly help the people. I would gladly help. People are in need. I take it that the rest of you would also. I mean, besides Garrus and I now.
I should also mention, if you check the bottom of the page, there's a reward listed.
What's the reward, Neil? Just take a look.
You check the bottom of the page, and it lists 100 gold per person, and then with a little asterisk next to it, and reading the appendix for the asterisk, it says more applicable due to unforeseen difficulties. Essentially, if it's more difficult than they expected, you'll get paid more.
Zed sitting there looking. I think 200 gold per person is a valuable reward. Looks at the CR rating. Second thought: how can I make an excuse for myself to raise this up or lower it? Should it be too easy or hard? I like what you're putting down. I'm taking notes.
Sharp inhale.
Is there a second asterisk that says, and you get to keep what you find in their pockets?
That's
We lose.
that's kind of just implied, but yeah, you get to keep what's in their pockets.
It's implied that you're robbing these people. Duh.
I mean, since when have criminals had rights?
I'm pretty
It's not
sure it's been a
America.
long time, but
Oof.
Not
Oh,
in
Toki.
not in
Oh.
this setting, brother.
Oh dear lord.
Yeah, you see Hannibal.
Killing We're killing some people today.
Hannibal quietly puts the paper away and says, "Well, if you all are interested, like it said in the paper, the local hospital would be the best place for leads. I'll be taking care of any paperwork you run into. Believe it or not, I've already had to square quite a lot away. The replacer fiasco."
may I also request that you be watering my plant?
Oh, of course, sir.
Much obliged.
Believe it or not, I believe most of my work will come down to simple paperwork. They never tell you just how much you actually have to do when working as an adventurer. He kind of thinks over it and he says, I think just from the antics you pulled during the placer job, there was at least 7 documents, a few chapters each.
I'm at a loss on how to respond to that.
Apologies, and he starts to walk away.
I guess. Let's all have one good night at the tavern. Drink to celebrate our week's worth of long work at fixing up the manor, our new home, barons and baroness. And I guess we set off in the morning.
That sounds like a good idea. Oh, I know. We could show Gregor how to dance.
Again, unfamiliar with this term or motion.
We will show you. Don't worry.
You can figure it out.
We make our way to the tavern.
All right. You
No,
make
the bow's right at home.
your way down. I assume not the Flagonborn, because that's just
No, that's
That's
my
the only
favorite
bar that we
spot.
know. That's our favorite spot.
okay. You you go down to the Flagonborn.
Sure.
There is still it's been cleaned up a little bit. There's still mostly blood and viscera kind of dried into the soil. What appears to be the remnants of rotted floorboards. A big hole where the cellar is. This is the spot. This is the place.
Don't
Oh,
worry,
wait,
guys.
what's
I
in
know
the
the
cellar?
owner.
I think he's that smear over there. Uh, what are you guys doing here?
You partying. We
Drinking.
dance.
I
What are
I
you?
think we probably would have gone to a different tavern if I'm going to be completely honest.
That
Kids and
makes
pickles
sense.
aside.
And I pull the scene over to the regular tavern.
You pull the drawstring and the cardboard walls fall over and we're already in the tavern.
Exactly.
Yeah, because there's 2 taverns in the city.
Correct.
There's the Flagonborn and then
Dragonborn.
the Bagenflorn.
What?
Yeah.
But no, you walk into the other tavern in town, and you see it is pretty much dead. There's one guy. Well, obviously, this person running the bar. It's a kind of older looking orcish man. He's kind of rubbing the counter. Seems like he's been cleaning the same spot for an hour. A bit of a dent in the counter where he's been cleaning it. And you see there is a single person, looks to be an older, probably halfling, looks a little too tall to be a halfling though. An older lady, she's kind of head tilted onto the bar, hand still firmly grasping a drink, and taking small sips of it here and there, completely wasted. It's currently about like midday.
I have a little glance at the bow and kind of glance at the drunkard. So, I heard from Little Bird that you used to be somewhat of an alcoholic.
I just kind of eye you up and down. Mm-hmm.
So you changed your life that much and become Jade Onyx member. That's really interesting.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people's pulled themselves up by the bootstraps before. I ain't exactly a special case.
Mm. Well, would you be fine to drink, or you just partake in smoke?
Just the smoke and a glass of water will do me fine.
Mm. Suits you. I will flutter over to the bartender. Bartender, drinks for our friends.
And you see the bartender kind of looks up from the bar, looks to the lot of you, and goes, kind of puts a pinky in the ear, cleans it out, and goes, "What was that?
Drinks.
Drinks?
No. She demands.
What kind?
Right. Be nice.
Mm. Something tasty.
Oh, he kind of like
Or something strong.
he stumbles over his words for a second. He says, all we serve here is meads. What kind of mead do you want?"
Oh, honey meat.
All right, we got honey mead. Do you want honey strawberry, honey raspberry, honey grape, honey apple, honey bacon,
Honey apple.
honey
What's
apple,
honey bacon?
honey bacon.
Did you? What is honey bacon?
He pulls up a jug and you see it's a splash jug. It has obviously the meat in it. You can see there's a very deep honey hue to it, and there are what appears to be pieces of smoked bacon to flavor it.
I will slam her hands down. Yeah, try that.
Okay. And he pours out a glass for you and slides it over.
This sounds like a
Yeah.
great idea.
She sits on the countertop and takes a sip from the drink.
It has kind of a brown, sugary maple flavor to it. It's very strong, but you can't really taste most of it. And very noticeably, no actual flavor of like bacon, but it does taste a lot like applewood, like smoked applewood. And it's really good. It's good quality alcohol. And you could drink a lot of this, but as soon as you take like a sip and you let it sit for a second, you're like, oh shit, that's really high proof. Like you can feel it almost immediately.
Oh, interesting.
I'm downing. I'm grabbing one as well.
Oh, even you, big man, you're feeling this shit immediately as you down one of these.
Damn, I really wish
How
there
does
was a
my water
fast-acting
taste, DM?
antidepressant. Oh, wait.
That's good. I like that. Good job. But yes. You down some more. And I would like to say to all of you, welcome to the Mediator.
Oh my god.
The what?
The name of
Oh.
the house, the ale house that you're in. It is called the Mediator.
Clever.
That's funny.
Good.
Fucking Dr. Doofenshmirtz's voice. Welcome to the Mediator!
It would be the Mediator.
It would. You're not wrong.
God. What's beans? Smiling beans? I'm trying to think of a Barry the Platypus reference. I can't right now.
Yeah. You guys are able to drink here as you wish. I know two of you are downing. Morgaris, are you drinking at all?
No, Morgaris will not drink.
Gotcha. I assume the same for you, Debo.
I'm drinking me some water.
Gotcha.
Do
And
they have juice?
they do. They would have apple juice in case kids came in.
Into the fucking bar.
Into the tavern. Like, oh, come in here, Billy Bob. Let's go look at this tavern called the Mediator.
They have like a little
I mean-
McDonald's Play Center in the corner.
to be entirely fair, you can tell this place would normally be selling food. It just isn't because of the conditions currently. You get the sense that this is more of like a family establishment, whereas like the Flagonborn was meant for more like drinking and partying and so on. This is really meant to be more of a restaurant than it is a bar, but people are just treating it like a bar because that's all they have right now.
The only
Why
bar in
the fuck
town.
is it called
Because
the
technically
Mediator?
it serves alcohol.
Because they make a lot of mead. Like
It's an incredibly clever name.
they make a lot of mead, but they also sell other stuff here.
Like the
I-
Cheesecake Factory, they don't only sell cheesecake.
That's true.
Okay, you got me there.
Olive Garden doesn't just sell olives, Jacob.
I don't think they sell olives at all. What are you talking about?
So you're telling me that BJ's sells BJ's?
And on that bombshell,
I like your logic, Magic Man.
I think we'll pick up next week with the party most likely scrambling to take care of the
Get some
tab
BJs real
here.
fast.
No, not again. I mean, that would be a pretty good goal. But no, with the party scrambling to pick up the tab at this establishment, because I don't know how many of you actually have money.
Family.
You have
I
money?
have a bit of money.
Okay. I thought just because Jacob earlier didn't have any money, so I was a little worried everyone was broke, and I was wondering how anyone was gonna pay for like the drinks.
Yeah,
How much money do you guys have? Because I think I have 15
Wait.
gold because I didn't use
Shouldn't-
any and I sold some.
Shouldn't
Plus,
Iva have some money from working, like in her history?
Yes, you would have probably like
Yeah.
5 gold on you.
Man,
Yeah.
that's broke ass.
I don't think that I added gold when I was in character creation. I think that's a step that I missed.
I think that's actually intentional because you spent most of your gold getting to town.
And drinking it all up. I see.
Yeah, I mean, brother man, you did not live a very frugal life for the most part. Yeah, that's where we'll pick up next week. Everyone say goodbye to Twitch chat. Everyone, Twitch chat, thank you so much for coming out. Bye, Twitch. We're gonna send you off on a little raid. Make sure to be kind to let's see, who are we sending you off to? Yeah, I don't recognize this name, but I'm sure I've raided them in the past, otherwise I wouldn't be following them. Make sure to say hello, W raid, all that good stuff. Alright, see you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Just gotta
Good
wait.
nighty.
Oh, wait, 8 seconds to click the raid button. Crazy, I know. Bye, everyone. Thank you, Senzu. Alright, I think everyone's off now.
What exactly is a raid?
You just send all of your viewers to another channel.
really?